Alright, looks like we are live. I can even see the OBS output on youtube.com. So, that's cool. Doesn't look like anyone's joined in yet. That's cool. You will get a couple of people coming in or not. Like this on Twitter, as well as the new up-and-coming social network on the block, mastodon.social. So, unless everyone's already busy with the other live streams, hopefully we can get a couple of people in and watch some of this. That might be fun. And tonight with me, I have the Santa Fe Brewing Company Imperial Java Stout, which is delicious and proof that literally there is nothing Jeremy Parrish won't do that I won't try my hand in ripping off wholesale. Because I don't know if you've noticed, if you haven't, you should probably check it out. But he started a recent streaming series. Happens, I believe, every Thursday. Every Thursday, sort of in the afternoon where I am. Like if you're on the East Coast, a little bit later on if you're on the West Coast, excuse me. If you're on the East Coast, it's like at 6:30 or so sort of a reasonable time to be sitting down and having an alcoholic beverage or two. But he calls it Gintendo, and you can find it on his YouTube page. It's fun. He's done G.I. Joe, not G.I.N. Joe, even though he drinks a bunch of gin, and Donkey Kong 94 so far. Both pretty fun little videos. We are not doing that. We are not doing a Nintendo game at all. We are not doing a game on a Nintendo platform. We are about as far away from Nintendo as we can get in a way. Because we're going to be continuing to play Sonic Adventure DX. And just like the last time the other day, we will be doing this stream with the wonderful Sonic Adventure DX mod manager. Which again, just to remind you all, or for those of you who may not have seen the previous video and are just joining in now, I don't know if there's any of you doing it. So the mod manager here is built specifically for the older PC version of the game that came out in 2004. The one that got your disc releases and includes all of the Game Gear games and stuff. Oh, we got a commenter on the video. Oddly enough, YouTube is saying that no one is watching this, but maybe it'll take a minute to upload. Anyway, since it's very clear that there are actually people in the channel right now, even if there aren't too many, just gonna go over again what I got here, which is the Sonic Adventure DX mod manager. Compatible with the 2004 version of the game and not the newer Steam re-release. If you have the Steam re-release, however, you can copy and paste the files from the 2004 version of the game, and there are guides all over the place about doing that, and it restores all the old features like the Game Gear games and stuff if that's what you want. Which is cool, and I like it. Up until the other day, I believed actually that the Steam version was the superior way to play the game, because it looked a little bit nicer, it played a bit better with more recent hardware. I also thought it looked a little bit more colorful, and I think the lighting was just a little bit better. And most importantly, it didn't ever crash when I switched away from the program in full screen mode, or at least it did it much less frequently. But yeah, over the last couple of days, some ingenious hackers have been working, I guess over probably the course of the year, they've been working on restoring Dreamcast models, Dreamcast textures, Dreamcast lighting from the original version of the game into the PC version. So in general, it makes everything look, and I might even say play, a little bit nicer. And so, with the mod manager, you just download the stuff off of like ModDB and Sonic Retro. You stick it in a single folder, and then you just click to enable it all. So we've got here, each individual stage, like the past levels, the Mystic Ruins Adventure Field, stages like Skydeck and Speed Highway. Crucially, palette lighting, which imitates, maybe not quite precisely, looking at like one-to-one screen comparisons, Not quite exactly the same as the Dreamcast. The effect is still a little bit muted, even with all of the other Dreamcast like textures and models restored. But it's really close most of the time. I think we're going to see a couple of places where it doesn't quite line up the way we'd expect it to. Specifically, I was playing Tails route through Skydeck, and there was something really weirding up with the lighting. But yeah, we'll see about that. Commenter from Skirmisher in the chat says, "I have a non-working copy for the Dreamcast lying around that a friend bought for 50 cents." Haha. And you know what's funny is I got my copy of Sonic Adventure for the Dreamcast like within the last couple of years, maybe like Christmas of 2014. I got it from Hastings in Alamogordo here in New Mexico. It is it's the re-released version of it because it says Sega All Stars on the side. I've actually got it out right here. I'm looking at it. I was playing it the other day because I was hooking up all of my consoles to my TV because I got a composite switcher so I could hook them all up into that, and rather than any time I wanted to play like the N64, I'd have to unplug the Dreamcast cables, plug those in, you know, do a whole bunch of messing around with all these wires and stuff. I no longer have to do that. I can just hit a button and then turn on the console I want. But yeah, I was fiddling around with it. I think mostly as a means of just getting the Dreamcast itself, like trying to see if I could get it working again. Because it was having the issue, I think I mentioned this on the other stream too, where I was having an issue getting it to close and read the disc properly. And the way it was working, it would recognize the disc, but only when I had the lid slightly ajar, but I was holding down on it with my hand. And then it would read it and it would load the game and everything. And it turns out that the fix to that was really simple. I just had to open up the case, like basically take off the top part, take off the lid, put it back on there, and it seemed to be running fine again. And that was what the video I saw, where someone else had the same problem, did it. So this is probably a fairly common problem, but thankfully, as long as you've got a screwdriver, it's a very easy fix. So that's what I did, and then I was just playing around with it a little bit, getting it working. So right now, the one thing really that the Dreamcast version has over the PC version now with all of these mods, if you prefer the Dreamcast version, is, well, I guess two things. One is that you can't do chow racing with multiple players, but you could do that even in the GameCube version. So that's like uniquely an issue with the PC version. You know, Sonic Adventure 2, I think if you go into multiplayer, actually supports multiplayer chow battles, but I've never tried doing that, so I couldn't say for sure. But yeah, there's only single chow racing in here. But more importantly, the other thing that the Dreamcast version has that you can just, you know, set up with like a quickly burnt CDR is like downloadable content to add a second course sort of behind Twinkle Park, second race course. That one's the Samba GP. And there are videos of it like all throughout YouTube. And there are even a couple of mods to restore it on here, some of these extra courses for the kart racing. But I don't really like the way they're set up because they're set up like for the individual characters. And the thing about that is the individual characters all have like really wildly different performance in the kart racing. And not all of them are as fun to play as some of the others. I don't really like racing as Amy, for example, and I think Tails' handling is a little weird. That said, you know, I think it's cool that you can get the feature at all, but I don't like it as much as, say, having the entrance to like Samba GP where it is in the Dreamcast version, where you just go on the adventure field, you know, jump into the door, and boom, you're there, playing on a completely different race course with supersonic racing of all things in the background. Yeah, but I've babbled on for long enough. I should probably get to actually playing this game. I just want to show off the mod manager again a little bit. You know, in addition to having mods that you can download from the internet from various places and install, you know, into a folder in the same place where you have your SADX installation, there's going to be like a mods folder. Once you copy all of the mod manager files in there, you just, you know, stick the individual mod mod folders themselves into that folder. They'll show up here, and then you can turn them on and off as you want. There's also a cheat code function. Like, some of these are fairly straightforward. You know, have a magnetic shield or invincibility, be able to enable supersonic, have really high jumping. One of the ones that like really interests me is honestly a completely aesthetic one, where you can play daytime, evening, or night in the adventure fields. Or at least like Station Square in the Mystic Ruins, because there's no changing time of day for the egg carrier. When you play on the Dreamcast version, E102, once you've beaten the story, shows up always at night in the adventure fields. And they never maintain that change in any of the other versions of the game, but I always thought that was kind of cool. Because the adventure fields and stuff, they look nice at night and evening too, and it's always nice to be able to have a little bit of variety. So I thought those were nice features. I've also seen like save file hacking that allows you to set what time it is in the adventure fields, even for individual characters, because there's like a flag in the save file per character for what time it is. So they could have kept it at nighttime for E102, but they just didn't for some reason. And the other big thing, options, mostly for how like the game is displayed. Configure editor here is sort of your default, like the same sort of editor that comes installed with the program when you launch it. And it's this thing that says, oh, I want to run it in windowed mode, I want to run it in full screen, I want to run it at this resolution, and you know, there's also some basic settings for draw distance and controller configuration, but it's not really necessary for the most part, because you can adjust the window size here, the actual game resolution, which can go like really high. You can upsample as much as you want and then downscale it back down. You can, if you want to, play in widescreen. I prefer not to, because usually there's a little bit of graphical glitches, especially in cutscenes on the sides of the screen. Most of the time it looks okay though, so if you think, oh, I'd like to play this in widescreen, you can do that. And of course, crucially, the removal of a CD check. The other big things are scaling the heads-up display, which is still a work in progress. I think that's why they call it experimental. Works just fine in stages. For actual menus, there still needs to be some tinkering done, it looks like, because it still gets way too small at times. And that's, I think, one other thing that the Steam version gets right, is that scaling effect in menus doesn't happen anywhere near as bad. But it's been a little while since I've touched it, so I may be misremembering. And force mip mapping, of course, you know, allows you to have like better texture appearance at distance, because it doesn't, well, it sort of enables a little bit of aid in with the texture filtering, so stuff looks a little bit better at distance. It's not really a huge difference or a huge deal. Actually, it slows down loading the game a little bit every time you switch areas, so you may not want to have it on, but I sort of like it because it makes stuff in the distance look a little bit better, especially when you don't have anti-aliasing forced on. Which maybe I should see if I can get my graphics card to force high anti-aliasing for this game, because I think it looks a little bit better like that. So yeah, right now we're going to play at 1280 by 960. That's how big the stream for the game is going to be, and yeah, let's do this. For some reason, when I'm playing it, the mod manager always throws up a little weird error every time I launch the game from it. I do not know what causes that. I do not know how to stop it. I wish I did, but that's just what happens. And, you know, it's just a title screen. You've seen it probably a few times before. But
select your file.
Yeah. Oh, right, yeah. I was confused by all the character icons, but that was because I unlocked them And last time we only played as Sonic and Knuckles. We got all the way through their stories. But this time I think it's a good idea to play as Tails. It's Tails time. I do enjoy playing as Tails. He's definitely fun. I think it might be a little bit more interesting if the levels weren't sort of constantly pushing you to move forward. But I think it's sort of nice that, you know, the modes are so different between characters. That Tails isn't just you literally go through the levels the same way you did as Sonic, but now you can fly. Like, actually having to use your flying to get through levels quicker, I think is a little bit more interesting.
I'm out of control! Mayday! Mayday! Going down! Ah! Look out below!
I thought his plane was red. Is that a texturing issue, I wonder? I don't know. I guess it's only for that one cutscene. The tornado shows up in the other ones.
Boy, you're lucky I saw you come down. So what went wrong anyway? It's not like you to crash like that.
Yeah,
A little frustrating though that Tails' story is so closely intertwined with Sonic's until like right near the middle and a little bit at the end.
Thanks, Sonic.
Because you've seen all of these cutscenes before. I kind of don't want to skip it, just cause, but yeah. Oh,
It's a
okay.
Chaos Emerald. No
Ah,
way.
comment, Tails' story is my favorite. I really like it too. I think both Tails and Amy's stories are really good here. They do a very good job of sort of fleshing them out as characters and go a long way to defining them as being more than just, you know, Sonic's constant taggers along. And then, you know, the sequels come out and then they just become Sonic's taggers along for then up until now, and probably will be until the end of time. So it's sort of frustrating that, you know, the storytelling in later games was just never quite as thoughtful as it was here. So before we go anywhere else, I'm going to go ahead and, you know, get Tails to go a little bit faster, because I don't like the slow Tails.
Look, it's your jet anklet. Its jet power makes you fly faster.
Now, you fly for the same amount of time, but since you get to fly so much faster, you can cover a lot more ground with it. I'm not 100% certain. I've not really gone too far in depth testing it out.
The train headed for the
But
Mystic
I'm
Ruins will be
pretty
departing
sure
soon.
that this means that Tails is actually faster in the air than he is on the ground. And of course we go back here because this is where we meet with
If it isn't
Sonic, and look who it is.
Silence! I am Dr. Robotnik, the most cunning scientific...
Technically, both Tails and Sonic's stories begin with a boss battle.
Enough!
For some reason, what really sort of got me thinking that this game was very different from the ones before, where it's like, wow, this is sort of way out of character from the old games that I was playing, even if it wasn't necessarily, was watching Sonic run down the building with all of the shifting camera angles at the start of the second area of Speed Highway. Yeah, it definitely felt weird to me. It's sort of funny how the color from the grass, due to the way the lighting engine works, sort of reflects back on them and gives them a very slightly green tint. I don't know that that's necessarily something that's wrong, or even sort of unprecedented in real life. Like, you know, you look at you shine a bright enough light on some grass, you stand around the grass, you're gonna reflect a little bit of green too, because that's where all that light's gonna gonna go. It's gonna get reflected as green.
All systems.
But it still sort of looks weird because the effect is so extreme, even if none of the other lighting effects are. And I don't think we're gonna set any speedrunning records tonight, but unfortunately there's no nice way, I think, it's Tails to one-shot the boss like there is with Sonic. Or at least if there is, I've never managed to get it to work.
Ah, he's not gonna get away with this. All systems, full power. Ah!
Doesn't look like we have any new comments, so I'm just going to go ahead and, once this cutscene ends, track myself right into good old,
That was just
dang,
too
I
easy.
can't remember the name. Windy Valley, that's right.
Hey, he snagged it.
Chaos could use a little snack.
Who's Chaos?
That's the monster I saw the other day.
Monster?
Yes, it's really happening. Just as the stone tablet said it would.
I prefer, yes, it's just as the stone tablets predicted, to be honest with you.
Every time I give you
I'm sort of surprised that they didn't keep a slightly
all
more
he needs
consistent
is
script,
7 emeralds to become
or just use the same
He will
voice
turn
acting
Station
lines that they had
Square into
already
rubble,
recorded
upon
for some of
which
these
I will
bits.
build the ultimate city.
But hey, you know,
You ready, Chaos? Let's go find
it is what it is. The voice acting is easily the worst part of this game for me.
Thank goodness they're gone. Good riddance.
We can't let that monster get any bigger. It could get ugly.
You're right. Chaos must be stopped. And he can be if we keep him away from more emeralds, right? So what do you say, Sonic? Let's find the Chaos Emeralds before Eggman does.
Oh, looks like we got another comment. Oh, we got some more people in here. I love this game. You know what? I do too. I play this a lot. It's easy to start up, easy to run, and, well,
Come on,
it's
Tails.
easy to play too. And we're gonna try to beat this level without touching the ground once. Let's see if we can do that. Okay. I can usually get through this maybe a little bit faster, but one of the biggest problems is right around here, there is a kill plane that I gotta watch out for, and it has gotten me more than once, I must say, even just the other day. There we go. Are there different voice lines between versions? Asked Skirmisher, and the answer is it's between the individual characters' stories. Like each cutscene, there are a bunch of cutscenes that are almost exactly the same, minus some very minor changes in dialogue. And in those cases, generally the issue is that I believe the people who are doing a translating job of this game didn't do a very good job of it. And if there were was more than one person on it, they weren't very consistent with it either. So you get a lot of places where sometimes one cutscene has dialogue that's meant to convey the same thing as the other one, and you can tell that they're almost saying the exact same thing with very, very tiny word ordering differences. But there's usually one or the other that's a little bit more stilted. And it's nighttime, so that means we're going into the casino, which
The train
means
headed for the Mystic
we're going
Ruins.
into the sewers. Poor Tails is too young to gamble, I guess.
Come on, Tails!
This is actually one of the longer levels that Tails has to do, just because you can't really skip these stages with the fans. I thought it was sort of cool in the story mode that there were some levels that you could play with Tails, and then I was sort of confused and worried when I first played this game, like, oh great, if I try to replay the other levels, am I not going to have Tails? And the answer to that turned out to be, well, once you get story mode unlocked, Tails shows up every time. Which is cool, because, you know, everyone wants more Tails. Alright, do I prefer Sonic Adventure 2 or Sonic Adventure, or it says SAPA? I don't know what that last one is. I will say I actually prefer Sonic Adventure more to Sonic Adventure 2. I think it's a little bit more open, and
What's that?
I think the level design is a little bit more suited to... Oh, Sonic Pocket Adventure! Oh, yeah. I really like Sonic Pocket Adventure a bunch. It's very obviously derivative of Sonic 2, especially in the first couple of levels. But it's fun. It's one of the first games I got when I picked up a Neo Geo Pocket a while back.
Sonic,
I don't think it's really comparable to
the
Sonic
Chaos
Adventure or
Emeralds?
Sonic Adventure 2, though.
Eggman got one of them, but the other one's safe.
But
He
yeah,
must be getting desperate.
I think my issue with
Now the Emerald
with
Town
Sonic
is
Adventure
2-1
2 is that all of the
Eggman's
characters
winning. Let's get a move on.
are a lot heavier. And there goes good old Cream the Rabbit again.
train
Hi,
headed for the
Cream.
Mystic
Hi.
Ruins will
I
be
can fly
departing
too.
soon.
Okay. Now let's pick up the emblem that's over here. Try that again. There we go. Now I think we're still missing one in the main city area of Station Square. That's right. We're missing that one. We can get that one later. That one's easy to get enough. Have I played Knuckles Chaotix? I actually have a complete copy of Knuckles Chaotix. I got within the past year to celebrate the fact that the game, I guess, had let's see here, turned 20 years old, because it came out in the middle of 1996. And I'm not gonna go out on a limb and say it's a good game. I don't really like it very much, but it has some incredible special stages, and you know, if that had been all the game was, you know, I definitely would have really enjoyed it. And just, you know, I'm messing around with the camera here because I really like looking at these weird sort of glassy ice textures on everything in this stage. I don't know why I do, but I do. All right, enough gawking. Time to move on. But yeah, I mean, this level is not necessarily a great argument for Sonic Adventure being much more open, because it is the most on rails of any part of the game. But I don't think Sonic Adventure 2 ever really got properly, like, as open. That was sort of my issue with Sonic Adventure 2. Everything's heavy, the levels feel a lot more closed off, and what really irritated me was how hard A-ranking everything was. And I foolishly decided to do that, and, you know, unlock Green Hill Zone and everything. So I spent, like, I think 70 hours on that game in total, getting all the emblems. And I think I even cheated the Chow Gardens a little bit, because I just didn't want to spend all of my time going through those. Oh, missed that jump there. But yeah, it unlocks almost one-to-one copy of Green Hill Zone in 3D, except everything's way too big. So it looks weird. It's not especially fun to play. And I own Sonic Generations, and I've supposedly, according to Steam, spent less time on it. And I'm not sure that that's true. But if it is, wow, what was I thinking? Because just that version of Green Hill Zone is so much better. Like, it's actually fun to play. It's not like a cheap copy of an older version of the stage that you like more. Ah, it's that last jump too. Oh well, we're gonna beat Sonic anyway, by a long shot. It's just gonna be too close to the 2-minute mark for comfort for me. Okay. Oh, Knuckles Chaotic's getting a little bit more hate than it deserves. Yeah, I think it gets,
That wasn't too bad.
I think its biggest problem is that it's not even necessarily a bad game, it just tries to do a little bit too much. And so it's really overwhelming. And especially if you're coming into it not really understanding what's going on, it's confusing, hard to control, and just really strange. I mean, there are definitely some tricks you can use to make navigating through that game a lot easier. Like, the way the hold mechanic works, you can just slingshot yourself, like, up and down the stages really, really easily. And since, like, 2 or 3 of them, of the level templates are so very vertically oriented, you know, it's pretty fun to play that way. Just like throwing you and your partner character up into the sky and seeing how long you can stay up there. It usually gets you pretty close to the end just on its own. But the problem is more that let me just take out Knuckles. Like, the problem is that, like, a couple of the levels have really weird layouts. Like the little UFO style moving platform things in whatever the weird maze zone with the light switches is, whose name I can't remember. Amazing Arena, I think.
You know that.
That one just, it feels weird to me, just because you know, you can't really tell where you are in the level all the time.
All I did was wait for you to bring it to me.
And I think that's unfortunate.
What the heck is he talking
I
about
mean,
anyway?
you know, forever and a day ago, and the videos are still up on here. I actually did like a full playthrough of the game.
No one makes a fool
You can
out
sort of
me.
see some of what I'm talking about in there. I think back at the time I had a little bit more favorable opinion of the game.
Count 'em.
That you know, at least now that there have been a lot more Sonic games that have been released, or at least that I've been able to play, I don't have quite as favorable opinion of it anymore. It's interesting for what it is. Visually, it's incredible. Like, just looking at it, it's maybe too much even, but like, that's sort of my issue with, I guess, the whole game, is that it's just,
Dancing again. We
there's
gotta
maybe a
stop
little
this.
bit too much of everything in it. So that it's hard to say at any one point that, oh, this is, you know, a thing that makes sense. So yeah, if you've only played the PC version, you probably are not used to the water texture sort of giving out like that. But that was an effect from the Dreamcast version that somehow got ported in the process of all of the lighting and graphics changes that these modders have been doing. And I think that's really cool. It looks, you know, a lot nicer this way, because now you can't actually see the bottom of the level. I don't know if I've mentioned that I kind of hate this boss because it's finicky, it's a little bit too random, and it takes forever. But that sums up my feelings on it quite well. And it's also the one boss that all 3 of the main characters, Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, have to fight. Like, Chaos 2 is interesting because you can do some manipulation of it, at least. Chaos 6 is easy to beat because you just throw the little ice things into its mouth and then do your powerful homing attack thing as Sonic, and that takes out like half of its health bar. Or light speed attack, I should say, to be more precise. And there we go. Yeah, 122. Not a terrible time for it, I suppose. And as you can see, once Chaos is defeated, the regular water texture comes back. I think that looks cool. That was like one of those things that really stuck out at me when I tried to play the Dreamcast version for the first time. It's like, huh, I don't remember the PC version looking like that. And it's like, oh, right, because they kind of redid the graphics to that area in a way that just didn't make any visual sense. Probably the most egregious change of the PC version, because it doesn't really add anything. It detracts a bit, and I just don't like it.
Power of chaos. Adieu, until we meet again, my friends.
Hey, we can't let him get away. Let's get to my workshop and we'll take the tornado.
Yeah!
You guys go. I have some unfinished business to take care of.
No problem, Knuckles. We'll take care of everything here.
Come on, let's get going.
Alright, what do we have here? I wish we had a true Sonic game on the 32X. It could have boosted some sales, but it wouldn't have saved it, similar to the Saturn. Yeah, I agree. I don't think the 32X really could have been saved as its own piece of hardware. I mean, the biggest thing that probably could have been done to save its software library would have been if the Saturn had actually stayed like backward compatible with it, because it seems like you compare the architecture of the Saturn and like a Genesis with Sega CD and 32X, and they're remarkably similar. Like all of the processing components are basically the same. There's only a few things here and there that are missing. And it's really disappointing that the backward compatibility just never really amounted to anything. 'Cause I would like to be able to have, you know, one console that's sort of like a PS3 for Sonic games, you know, and other stuff that Sega does. And I think if I... Yep, there we go. There was an emblem hiding out there when you break the grass. Oh, we got someone heading out. Have a good night. Thanks for joining for as long as you did. I can't see your name right here without closing the program, but I hope you have a good night.
Go to the Mystic Ruins. You might find something.
Oh, I gotta go back to the Mystic Ruins. Okay.
The train headed for the
Alright.
Mystic
Oh, that's right.
Ruins
Yeah,
will
I
be
gotta do
departing
the
soon.
Sky Chase stuff now. This was an entirely unnecessary side trip. Alrighty. Well, let's do that then. I don't think we're gonna get an emblem for our troubles because of how finicky Sky Chase rather, can
Wait
be.
here for a second.
Oh, we got another one heading out. So that's Skirmisher and the last Mushroom who are heading out. Y'all have a good night then, guys. Thanks for joining in. I'm probably going to keep streaming for a while just because... Man, I'm not going anywhere tonight. It is way too cold. It's been kind of snowy and icy out there. My workplace actually closed today. I didn't go in at all on account of that fact. It's because there was too much ice. They weren't letting people in. So yes, like I was saying the other day when I was streaming this, the little targeting reticle scales with the screen, so since the mod manager has the ability to configure the rendering resolution of the game when it's displayed in a window like this, you definitely want to have it at a low res if you're going to try to play these things to set high scores. And when they remade the game for Steam, at first they really only supported rendering at 640. And it might have 640 by 480, and this might have been the reason why. Because when they updated it to add achievements, they also fixed the way the widescreen works. or not the widescreen, like higher resolution rendering to be more precise. It still renders at 4:3, but yeah, now like the game is less pixelated when you play it at a high resolution. So it looks nice most of the time, but then it makes levels like this one really hard to play. Because it's like you only get the target when the reticle moves over the screen. Sonic, the aircraft itself becomes a lot twitchier when you're at a high resolution, because effectively the amount of screen that it's covering is so much higher. Yeah. Not a good run. I have to say, I don't really feel like they ever explain the mechanics of these stages as well as they should. If there's one big complaint about Sonic Adventure, is I think it also tries to do maybe a little bit too much at times, and levels like this are a really good indication of how that works out in practice. Because some of these mini-games, like, they're not bad exactly, but they interrupt the flow of the game. They draw things out maybe a little bit too much, because we already did this as Sonic. And, like, there's clearly a score multiplier if you target and then destroy a whole bunch of stuff on screen at one time. But, yeah, that's never really actually mentioned anywhere in the game, just because it's like that. It just happens. I always liked that tune. I thought it was pretty cute. I think on the soundtrack it's a little bit longer. Some of the event tunes and a couple of stage tunes are actually a little bit extended. They have extra sections and stuff. It's nice. I think it's on Amazon now, in fact.
Wow, that dream brought back memories. I owe so much to Sonic. Sonic! Wonder where he went. Sure hope he's all right. The tornado's not powerful enough. If I'm gonna get that egg carrier, I need to finish my prototype. It needs a Chaos Emerald to work. Looks like I'd better find one fast.
Well, as it so happens, there is one in this stage that is very easy to find. I think if you talk to Tikal, the little Tikal bubble, and they say, oh yeah, go into the jungle area. And then it's just literally the first path off to the left, you find it.
Wow! There's a Chaos Emerald! Hey! Wait up! Stop!
And here we are. It is Sand Hill. Now that we're unlocking it as Tails, even though we've already unlocked it as Sonic, we can finally play it as both characters. So I think after this, if we go into the sub-game menu, this will be available for Sonic to play as well. Alright, let's see if we can't set that high score. Because, like, you can miss a gate or two in the process of getting a high score, but you have to keep the multiplier up. As long as that multiplier is still on screen, you're going to get enough points to do it. Because you'll get, like, I think, 1,000 points for time unless... Aw, dang. Unless you completely slow through it. Honestly, big problem is that the controls here can be really finicky. It's very easy to overcorrect. I actually don't think we're going to get the score this time. It's a shame. Last time I tried it, we did pretty well. Oh, dang it. Yeah. I mean, this one was a write-off anyway, but that's also kind of salt in the wound right there, having the combo reset on you twice. It's like 9,000, I think you gotta get. Set a new high score. I don't know. Maybe it's 12,000? I don't remember.
Uh-oh. I thought I was in a desert. I wonder where I am.
Oh, we got someone else in the channel now. Hello there, Blabber Ones, I believe. Is that how it's pronounced? I hope so. Alright. Now we're in the past. And this is one of the more irritating parts of the game for me. Because there's no way to know what to do next. Most of the time when you're in the past, it's fairly obvious that there's someone that you need to talk to. But in this case, you can get stuck if you don't realize that, oh, this isn't just a dream and there's actually a thing you have to collect here. This is a baffling design decision to me, especially because this item isn't required by Tails to beat the game at all.
Attacks, hold the action button down.
Like, they could have put this anywhere they wanted, and they decided to stick it here for some reason. I could, you know... Oh, hold on. We got a question here. Old computer? No, computer's fine. If the recording is a little bit lower, that's either YouTube or my internet connection.
Hello there, friend. How are you?
Oh,
What were you
maybe
saying
this
before?
is a... Huh.
It's something my grandmother taught me. I'm never to forget it. It goes like this. The servers are the 7 chaos. Chaos is power. Power enriched by the heart.
Everyone knows that the emeralds operate on a token ring network.
The one that unifies the chaos.
They're not servers
But
at all.
I'm still not sure what it all means. But the number 7 is the same as the number of emeralds there are.
Emeralds?
Forgive me, but I don't think we've ever met before. I'm muteKi. And you are?
And how long have we been holding that frog for? It was sunset, now it's night.
Whoa!
Yikes!
Womp.
Where's the man?
What was that? That was like an actual old classic Sonic sound effect they just had.
Weird. Now where was I?
What was it used for?
Oh yeah.
I want to say it was one of the things in Carnival Night. It was either like... No, it wasn't balloons popping, because those had more of like a typical pop sound. Maybe like when you inflate the little balloons or something? Whoop. Whoop. Like the little inflatable platforms. You sink when you step on them. Alright. Now what do we do?
The time has come at last. This new plane should work a lot better.
Alright.
I ironed out most of the problems. So,
It's time for
here
the
it
Tornado
goes.
2.
Emerald, do your stuff. Ready, Sonic? Here I come.
Alright. So... It's still at night, but of course, the next time we see Tails is during the day in
Tornado 2.
Red Mountain. That's
Clear
how that
for
story.
takeoff. Away we go.
So, you know, generally these games aren't too inconsistent with when things happen, or at least are consistent enough that it makes sense. Yeah, I could say, oh yeah, it's a... But it is sort of odd the red mountain is right there, and yet we've
Dead ahead.
clearly had a significant time change, judging by the amount of light in the sky.
There's Sonic! Sonic!
All right, Tails. Way to go. This plane's cool.
Maybe it was a test
Now,
run.
what do you say we nail those guys?
You got
Sonic did go through a day and night cycle as well. Well, with Speed Highway and everything. Alright. Seems like we just had one of these stages, man. I mean, without this, Tails' route would probably be like 5 minutes long, honestly, so... And I assume part of what it is specifically just to lengthen the game, but... I mean... Does anyone think, you know, oh man, this game was you know, too short. It needed to be lengthened with gameplay from a mode that was completely different from what everything else was. You know, there needed to be a section in the first Portal where you play golf.
Haha! So far, so good.
Hope you know what you're doing.
You bet. Watch this. Transforming now.
Whoa!
Let's do it.
There are a bunch of times where I've had the reticle in places where if I was playing this at a lower resolution would absolutely be hitting these guys. So it is a little bit frustrating that this is something that no version of the game has ever managed to get working right at high res. But, you know, that's just me, you know, being my typical cantankerous, joyless, anal retentive self. I don't think we're gonna make it all the way up to 20,000 in time for the end of this, because that's basically where we are right now. And if you really wanted to, you could just rake up really high scores by just shooting at the missiles that this thing fires off and dodging the giant laser until you reach the score total you needed. Yeah, we got a little bit closer than I thought we would, to be honest. Still no emblem, though.
Coming in tight.
Tails, we gotta land on the egg carrier.
Oops. We got a problem here.
What now?
I forgot to put in the landing gear.
Whoa!
I think that makes a little bit more sense than Tails saying there's no landing gear in this mode. This is like, just switch out of the damn mode, Tails! There was another mode!
This thing is really
Why weren't you in that mode again? To land!
No time to gawk, Sonic. We gotta find Amy.
You're right, pal. Let's get busy.
So we're just going to leave the tornado there until eventually Big the Cat picks it up, because that's what happens in the storyline. Oops,
Don't
spoilers.
get any ideas, Sonic. You have no idea what this vessel can do. How about I give you a little...
Well, I have a pretty good idea of what it can do, considering, you know, we played this the other night. Time to watch it transform again.
Whoa! Hey, it transformed! Did you see that?
Now how are we gonna get to the bridge?
I hate it when he doesn't listen to me.
I guess you weren't expecting that, were you? There's only one way to get to me, Sonic, and that's through the sky deck. I doubt if you can make it. Ha ha! I dare you!
Just watch me. Bring it on, Eggman.
I gotta say, the language in Tails' story, when it overlaps with Sonic's story, definitely feels more natural, or feels like there's better characterization in it. And it's sort of frustrating to me, because I don't like Sonic's story as much, because it feels like there's not really much character to be had in it.
So,
But,
this must be the sky deck, huh?
yeah, but then you've got Eggman being like, "Oh yeah, try to make it through the sky deck, I dare you, ha ha ha!" And that's cool. Alright, so, speaking of Skydeck, that's what we're playing now. And I was messing around with this the other night, and there was a weird issue with it that we'll probably see as I go through the stage. And we should see it any minute now. Oh no, it's working now. Maybe it's because I'm doing it as part of the story mode. When I was not doing it as part of the story mode, it did not look anything like this. And I may go back into the menu to show you what the issue was after I beat Tails' story mode.
That wasn't too bad.
Not under 30 seconds, but I'll take it. I didn't die, so...
Yeah! Is that it?
Sonic, we should check out the bridge.
Just as a note, you know, Chow Gardens are in there. As near as I can tell, they have not been altered in any way from the originals. In fact, I'll just go in and take a very, very quick look at that. I just think it's sort of weird that if you type that in wrong, you get a little pot hanging on your head. Alright. Yeah, just a little quick stop in the Chow Garden. Because, you know, if you've played the Dreamcast version, you'll know the Chow Garden for the Egg Carrier is, like, completely different between both versions. And, like, the biggest change is the amount of water there is. There's a very small amount of water here, which is nice because, you know, newborn Chow, when they go into the water, they get really unhappy if they can't swim. And they can't swim until they got, like, swimming level, like, 5 or 10 or something, I think. So, basically, dealing with baby Chow is constantly trying to get them out of the water while you're trying to feed them animals and fruit and stuff. But, I don't know, I always found the Chow Garden... That was one thing I liked more in Sonic Adventure 2, since I was talking about that earlier. The Chow Garden's a little bit better integrated into the game because it doesn't have, like, separate,
You're a bit late.
like, game fields and level select modes the way this does.
That's a Chaos Emerald. No way!
Be gone, all of you. This is all I really need. Gamma?
What is your wish, Master?
Get rid of these pests. Give them all you got.
Aye, aye, Master Robot.
It's also sort of funny that I don't remember the cutscene with the bird and the Chaos Emerald being in Sonic's version of the story. But I also so very rarely bother to play through the story because you have to start a game from scratch in order to do it. That would be a mod I would definitely like to see in this game, is someone like just re-enabling story cutscenes after the game's been beaten.
Please stop, Tails! Move aside, Amy! Get out of the way!
No! This robot is my friend! He helped me! Don't hurt him!
Okay, if you say so, you have your reasons, I guess. Hey, this ship is losing altitude!
Hurry, Tails! Take Amy and get out of here!
Well, what about you?
I'll find Eggman and put a stop to his evil ways.
So this is sort of interesting. I thought I'd have a chance to collect a little emblem at the top of the level here, but I guess I have to go back to do that. And I seem to recall you can only get it when the ship is transformed. Or maybe not. Perhaps that is what I'm misremembering. Because I know there's the other emblem that you get as Sonic that you can only get when the ship's transformed, because otherwise the cannons don't really shoot you into the weird metal box where the emblem is hiding. You can't get to it any other way. And there goes Eggman. Presumably this is after Sonic has wrecked him? I don't know. This part of the story timeline is maybe a little bit confusing.
That's Eggman! I wonder what happened to Sonic.
I'm finished. Chaos was defeated, and now my egg carrier is ruined. No matter. I will destroy Station Square anyway.
I don't know, I've never really cared too specifics about the narrative minutiae in that regard, but I think this happens before Sonic has gone into Eggman's secret base in the Mystic Ruins. I think that happens, is supposed to happen at night. Oh, wouldn't you know, it's a big old missile.
Ready? Fire!
Boom. Weird scenes in the building there, in the hotel.
I can't believe this! I'll go and deal with this myself!
Oh no! I'd better get to that missile before he detonates it!
The little sound effect is definitely weird.
I
The
see
little
it.
jingle there. Because looking in the sound test menu, it apparently is meant to be
I've gotta
played
get it before
during
Eggman.
Amy's
The fate
story,
of Station Square
presumably
depends
while
on
she's
me.
getting chased by the robot or something.
Sonic!
It's very clear that Amy's
I've changed
gameplay
a lot
was
since
heavily
I started
redesigned
playing
at
with
some
Sonic.
point from whatever it was originally going to
But I
be.
can't depend on him forever.
Because it also seems like if the robot's supposed to catch you, you're dead.
I know I can do this by myself. Okay, Eggman, bring it on!
And here we have Tails sort of finally not being, you know, Sonic's number 2, actually doing something for himself, which is kind of cool.
Keep up with me? What? He's caught up?
Well,
Tails,
you know what?
wait for me!
Screw you, Eggman. I do what I want. Let's see if we can just make it to the helipad from here. It's a little bit harder to try to beat this level without, you know, touching ground a whole bunch of times. Just because it is definitely one of the longer stages, but... Dang it. Ran right into a wall. once again, like I was saying before, I think with the upgrades, Tails is in fact faster in the air, if slightly. So I try to stay in the air as much as I can in order to get a decent time. Let's see here. Nah, we couldn't make it under a minute. Darn, not a great time.
That wasn't too bad.
Indeed, it wasn't too bad, but that doesn't mean it was good.
Oh no! It's Robotnik! So you beat
And
me to
alas,
the
if I had
missile,
gotten
you little pest.
the emblems for the 2 revisits of Skydeck,
I will make you all pay for this.
I would have 40 emblems here, and we'd get to, I believe at this point, unlock our first, or no, second minigame.
You fool. Away, before I make mincemeat out of you.
I
I'm
like
not
how this is
scared.
not even
I'm
like
not
a particularly angry Eggman. He's
I
just
can do this.
tired and frustrated. All of his evil plans have failed. And now he's going to make someone pay for it. I think that's kind of cool. I think that
Get a load of this. No.
that's sort of nice.
I
It's,
can't believe. Ah!
it's kind of interesting to have an Eggman that isn't just, you know, complete evil demon mode from time to time. Especially since he tended to be portrayed in American media as more of a comedic figure anyway. The old Sonic and Sally cartoon notwithstanding. Come on, start attacking already.
Get a
There we
load
go.
of this. Get a load of this. No way. I can't believe this. Ah!
I keep getting too close to his egg body. Alright, come on. When you do stuff like that, I can't get a good time to defeat you.
No way. I can't. Ah! Ah! He's not gonna get away with this. Get a load of this. Get a load of this. Get a load of this. No way. I can't believe this.
Always a bit disappointing to me. Oh, hey, look at that's a really good angle to show off the Man 3 poster there. Which only exists in this boss battle sequence,
Hey,
this version
I
of the
did
arena. Any other time and it's still Chow in space.
You saved the day! You're the best!
Yay,
I
Tails.
did it all by myself.
Yay. It looks sort of like the water level there was having that same issue it does sometimes, where it doesn't quite meet where it should be to the skybox. Don't really know for sure. I don't have as many like easy, obvious comparisons for Mystic Ruins, since I usually when I play the game I just go straight to a level. And once again, you get to compare everything you just saw with the textures and art from the version that you would be playing unmodded, or like on the GameCube and stuff. I see that, like me, people who captured the footage in the ending credits believed that, in fact, the jet anklet was the second thing that you're supposed to do, which I agree. After you watch the first cutscene, you go get the jet anklet, and then you do whatever the hell else you're gonna do. So that's actually been like an hour. It's sort of funny how when you just skip the cutscenes, you can beat like all of the other characters' stories in less than an hour. just because all of their levels are so much shorter than Sonic's. So I think, you know, if you skip the cutscenes, you could probably beat Sonic stuff in an hour. Probably less, depending on how skilled you are at the game. Like, that's still a somewhat conservative estimate after this is like a replay. And then everything else takes a second hour, so you can beat, you know, at least up to like Perfect Chaos in just maybe a little over 2 hours. We're all in agreement that this song is supposed to be a love song from Tails to Sonic, right? Like, the lyrics to this are just really weird. They obviously don't flow naturally because they feel sort of like they've been retranslated, like, rather than sort of feeling like natural dialogue or sort of poetic ideas. Instead, it's just Tails lying in his bed thinking of Sonic. But we will not speak of Amy's song, not tonight. I think in Sonic Adventure 2 and in Sonic Heroes, rather than these little slideshow montages, they just used all of the pre-rendered footage they had in the game that they could show, which wound up not being much. Actually, I might be misremembering Sonic Adventure 2. I think it had a slideshow too, because there were just like 3 pre-rendered cutscenes. But with Sonic Heroes, that was definitely what they did. Which was funny, because there were a couple of pre-rendered cutscenes that showed up like twice, because both teams had them. Because these were like for the in-between team battles at the end of a couple of levels. So you'd see the same cutscenes showing up like twice in the credits as a result. And yeah, the only reason I watched that was partly because I didn't want to... Sorry. Kind of knocked into my microphone a little bit just then. But yeah, the main reason we were watching that is just because I want to get the little ending credit emblem on stream. Just because. Now who do we play as? Alright, I wanted to do a quick demonstration of Skydeck as Tails, and I might just do it as Sonic as well for comparison. But yeah, doesn't it look a little orangey to you already? Like, yeah, that's sort of the issue I was having. It's like the lighting isn't getting properly applied now that we're in the menu selection version of the stage. Something's up. This looks a lot more like the PC version does because it's not lit. And the ship's going to descend. And okay, that's weird, because the last time I did this, it was straight up bright orange. So, I don't know what is causing some of the inconsistencies with the shading in this level, but it's clear that they are, because, like, seriously, it looked like someone poured, you know, a can of Slice literally over everything. Oh, yeah. So it is sort of interesting that it doesn't seem to have happened again this time.
I made it in time.
No idea.
Select your character.
No idea what's causing it then. try it again as Sonic now.
Select
You know,
the stage.
once again, just as a simple point of comparison. I'm not going to play all the way through it because this is kind of a long level, but I just want to get through this part to see if that's the same thing happening here. Once again, yeah, it's the stage itself doesn't look lit like it's supposed to be. There's really nothing that's light sourced right except for the steel the beams on either side of the platforms. Let's see here. Did I accidentally turn off the mod or something? Nope, Dreamcast Skydeck is enabled, so I don't know what the issue is here. It's kind of strange. So what I'll do then is I'll just sort of go to the next part, like these little spinny wheels. I'll just wait for the ship to descend again. And it gets dark way too soon, as you can see. Yeah, this is certainly not right.
Select your character.
There's something up with selecting the level,
Select your character.
you know, from that menu. And I'll just do it from the egg carrier itself again, just to compare. So now it's doing it in Station Square too. It's not lit as well as it should be. So I think there's some larger glitch going on here that I think we're just seeing sort of reflected in the specific case of Skydeck. So what I did want to do was try to get up as high as I could, specifically so I could pick up the emblem that I understand is... Nope. As I thought, you do actually have to transform the craft in order to get where you're going. So we're gonna do that. Which means... oh right, no. Yeah, I gotta still be here for this part, because the captain's chair is in here. And if you've never tried to access Skydeck from the adventure field, this is how you do it. It's kind of a pain. To the point where I didn't even, I had not considered the fact that it was even possible to play Skydeck through the menu for a very long time. Because I didn't understand how the chip transformed, to and fro. Even though, obviously, they show you that cutscene where it changes after you hit the switch, I didn't realize when you hit that switch that it changes back, even when you're not in the cutscenes. But yeah, you need that in order to get over to this part, which is where the entrance to Skydeck is. Obviously, since we're kind of blocked from going any further, we can't go this way to reach that emblem. And any minute now, the train is gonna... Oh, it's not gonna run me over. Okay. I think it's a little bit easier in the inside area to do that. Yeah. Train takes a little bit longer to come, I think, when the ship's transformed. Depending on where you have your camera position, you can actually sort of see it moving in and around the little green platform in the center where the Chaos boss battles are. Alright. Well then, let's get over here a second time. Wait, where the hell is the emblem then? I thought there was one up here. I didn't get it. It's Knuckles already, did I? Oh yeah, I think that's what I did. I must have gotten it as Knuckles. Okay. No, never mind. This, I think, wound up being sort of a meaningless diversion then, but let's see here. Now we're gonna get run over. Here lies Tails. Died in an unfortunate monorail accident. So, you know what? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna see free camera. Maybe will help with this. And I think if we take this one, you can see it a little bit better. Nah, can't see it from here. Dang. Oh well, we're just gonna quit out of here in a minute anyway, I think. At least once we get to Skydeck. once again, I'm not really too concerned about the emblem itself right
Come on,
now.
Tails.
Yeah, it's looking like the lighting is not what it should be once again. Because otherwise, these platforms, you know, they'd have at least a little bit of a sheen to them, you know. And once again, I think it's good. Yeah, it's getting dark way too quickly once again. So what I might do then, because I don't know how much of the game's going to be affected by this, I am just going to restart the game from the mod menu again. And that's just a second. There we go. And
Select a file.
yeah, then I'm curious what it'll look like this time now, because we just booted up the game and I think that was what I did the last time Skydeck was looking really, really weird. Yeah, see, the sheen's back. Everything has the sort of lighting effects that we're missing. So I don't know why it wasn't getting loaded properly before now. But at the very least, the lighting is responding again. So the question is, when the ship dives, is it going to turn all orange? Nope. Once again, it looks like it's transforming a little bit too early. But yeah, this is what it's supposed to look like. I wish I could have told you what I was doing before when the ship transformed earlier today when I was trying to play it, or yesterday or whatever the hell it was. I don't remember. But yeah, that was strange and unfortunate and confusing. Let's go ahead and visit that last emblem as Sonic in the egg carrier. Because I don't think we're otherwise going to get a chance to get it. You know, the more the merrier when it comes to emblems. Or excuse me, you know what they say, the more the merrier. Ha ha ha. No, I can't quite do a very convincing Dean Bristow style Eggman. Or no, that's not Dean Bristow. That was Mike Pollock, because that was Shadow. Excuse me. And now we do have to go the long way around once again. Yep. See, now the stairs kind of have a nice glow from all the lighting. Everything looks, you know, much more green. Sonic was fast enough to dodge the monorail as it came in, I guess. Alright, well. That was weird. Joystick sort of stopped responding for a second. Don't really know why. And that makes 39. I don't actually know what the emblem totals are. I figure, you know, now that we're just sort of goofing off, may as well take a look to see which ones we're missing. Oh no, we got all of the Adventure Field emblems. Excellent. So the only minigame emblem that we're missing is Amy's. So, that means clearly that the story mode that we have to play is Biggs. Yeah, okay. That sort of explains why all the characters look maybe just a little bit too dark when I was selecting them from the menu, too. Something with those highlighting effects was just not showing up right. I guess that star in the background is either supposed to be chaos or the floating island itself falling. And that's why we got this weird rumbling effect. They don't really explain what happens here very well in the game. The comics go into maybe a little bit more detail. But, like, Froggy, like, literally starts trying to drink this water or something. Yeah, you know what? I changed my mind. Now, the water is attacking here. It's just that it's... If you're trying to go by what the comics say, you know, they have a completely different answer as to what went on with Froggy there. Where Froggy's just like, oh, here's some water. I'm thirsty. I'm gonna drink it or splash around in it or whatever. And now for some reason, Chaos literally attacked the frog.
You're looking kinda weird, good buddy.
Yep, he's got that tail.
What's up with the tail? Hey, wait a minute! You swallowed my lucky charm!
Yep, that's right. Big the Cat was just holding on to a Chaos Emerald for some reason.
What's wrong with you?
As you can see,
Something's not
underneath
right.
Big's house, there is already an item that we can collect. But it's such a pain to get to. It really is. On the other hand, there's also a lure in that area. But you just never have any reason to go down there.
Come out wherever you are.
No. I have a feeling as to why that is.
Where could my pollywog pal
Like that at
be
some point,
anyway?
Big the Cat was supposed to be in the Mystic Ruins. Probably in the area where the snake platform thing is. Like the one with all the switches and the buttons and stuff.
Quick! We have to find the rest of the missing Chaos Emeralds!
Eggman!
Alright, now where do we go first? Oh, that's right, we go into the sewers because Big is rather big and strong and can lift things. Yep. It is sort of funny how Froggy goes all over the place. I think it would have been a lot funnier if, in fact, that was like the first level was Lost World. And that's what you had to do, was catch him in the snake area at the very beginning.
What's wrong?
But I also sort of feel like the way that level is designed, it probably would have made more sense if you already had the life raft for it. So it might have been like the third level or something. Now, you can't get up here where Sonic's upgrade is, and then it sort of leads back into the city area. Instead, we go this way, where there is an entirely different route, otherwise blocked off to, like, Sonic. So he's, I believe, the only other character who goes down into that spot. Hey, look where we are. It's Twinkle Park. And I'm just going to take a second to see if there have been any comments. Nope. I think channel hasn't really been getting too much activity since everyone left, like kind of in the middle of Tails' stream. That's okay. It's Twinkle Parkin' time. Okay. Now the nice thing about Big the Cat is that for as much of a pain as he is to navigate around the stages and adventure fields, his actual story mode stuff is incredibly short. Like, all you've got to do to beat a level is catch Froggy. Froggy is almost always right where you start a level. And so if you throw out your line trying to catch him, let's see, where is he? He's like right around there, I think. You'll usually catch him pretty easily because he provides almost like no resistance onto the line. And, man. I have this thing about fish in video games for some reason. They're always spectacularly creepy to me. I don't know what it is. I blame it on the eel from Super Mario 64. Like, that one in particular is just really hideous. Come on, see the damn lure! Come on! Yeah, go for it, dude. Yeah, you see it, yeah. Yeah, there we go. That took a bit longer than I wanted it to, but come on, what are you doing? There we go.
Oh, now what am I gonna do? Not too bad.
And now we get Sonic Drift Racing, which is something of a booby prize, I would say. I don't like it very much. It's a very trivial little game. There was a reason it never came out in America.
Welcome to Twinkle Park.
There's Twinkle Circuit. We're not going to bother with it right Oh, hey, there's Cream again. Sort of vanishing in and out of places. She does with some of these mods in effect, I guess. And let's see here. Where was it? It was like right behind here, I think. Now, where that key was, that's actually where, you know how I was mentioning the Samba GP earlier? If you're watching this like from a video on demand sort of thing or something, you know, like YouTube archive. Yeah, like I was saying, with that extra stage, it basically shows up almost right where the stone that we just collected goes. So it's right over there, pretty close by, in fact. I wonder if we can take a detour back to Big's house. Because if so, we might do that. I think with Big, there's one like upgrade to the actual fishing line itself. And then there are 4 lure upgrades, one of which each is in a different one of these adventure fields, I think.
Didn't I see a green-colored stone somewhere?
I think it is sort of funny how all of these characters show up in each other's stories, just kind of standing around and occasionally saying stuff if you talk to them. Alright, yeah, we can get in here. That's cool. We're gonna stick to the... I was gonna say we were gonna stick to the treetops as much as possible, but I forgot there was a gap there. So it looks like we're navigating the forest the hard way. Alright, well, let's get our main upgrade, and then I think there's a lure upgrade in one of the little caved sections off to the side. What's this guy have to say? Whoa, dude, you just went right through a tree branch. Are you okay? It could be me. This is where I hang out. Or excuse me. It could be me. This is where I hang out. There we go. And what did we get? This is the power rod.
You now have longer casting distance.
If all you're doing is catching Froggy, that really doesn't matter very much, but it's nothing to shake a fishing rod at. And let's see here. Yeah, it's the lure upgrade is, I believe, down this way. Oh, do I still have... No, I have auto camera on. I'm surprised it was behaving like that. Usually it's a little bit nicer about that sort of thing. And no announcement, no fanfare. Just says you can use a lure upgrade to catch bigger fish. Not even a little voice upgrade. You got a lure upgrade.
Whoa, bigger fish? Even bigger than me?
And I'm going the wrong way. I think. Let's check. Yeah, I was going the wrong way. This will take me where I want to go, at least. You know, it is sort of funny to me about Big is that he is incredibly efficient at climbing ladders. It's very funny to watch. And, you know, you'll get to see it again once we get to Ice Cat, but this will, you'll see it in a second just here, right now, too. So, enjoy the majesty of Big the Cat climbing a ladder. God, that's... I don't know. The first time I saw that, I was just cracking myself up, dying with laughter.
The train headed for Station Square will be departing
that
soon.
Is lure upgrade 1. I think there's one in Station Square, but I don't know where it is. And, you know, as long as I'm in the area, I'll go ahead and just make sure there isn't one hanging out over here that I missed. But I don't think so. I know there's one in the egg carrier in the little prison where they were holding Amy. Yeah, there's nothing here. Ain't nothing here. Not for big anyway. There's a little thing Knuckles can dig through, but that's it. Yeah. You can go into Tails' house as all the characters too, but I don't think anything like that would be hanging out there. That would be a great place for the Mystic Melody, by the way. Actually going into Tails' house and getting it. I don't know why they put it in the middle of the past, because that just makes no sense. When here's Tails' house, right here, you can go inside it. You can take a look around. They should have hidden the Tails power-up right there. That's just weird to me that they didn't do that. Alright, okay. You know, I was saying I wasn't gonna get carried away ranting. Actually, I don't think I did. But I didn't want to get carried away ranting. So I won't. I won't get carried away ranting. Instead, I will just go up. Oh yeah. That's kind of cool. You can actually cast your out in the adventure fields. I sort of forgot about that. It's not useful outside of mission mode because like all but one of Big's missions are specifically catch a big old robofish in one of these various pools scattered throughout the game. Like this one up here. Oh, also, yeah, there's another upgrade hanging out around this part.
You've discovered the life belt. It keeps you afloat when you're in water. To swim underwater, press the jump button when afloat.
Alright, nope, no new comments. I thought I might have seen one, but the answer to that is no. Alright, so camera got a little funky on me. Yeah, no, I was going the right way for a second there. We can sink, we can float, we can jump out of the water again. And yeah, ice cap. I like that it looks a little bit darker when you play it as Big. I think that's a really cool little effect. That is not something that you notice at all in the PC version. It's just not like a thing at all, really. But I think that's cool. I think that's like a genuinely interesting thing that you know, you don't see in, oh dang, other versions of this game when they do the porting and stuff. I thought there was another pool of water that was accessible right from the start here. Maybe it's up this way, I'm thinking. Because I believe it's actually the easiest way to get the lure upgrade that's hidden in the stage. And it's sort of funny to me that they have the lure upgrade that's in the stage like that. Ah, crud. And the most inane power-up ever, there is a speed shoe item specifically for Big over there. Isn't that funny? Now, I seem to recall reading that this sort of effect on the water that you see here is also like unique to the Dreamcast version, like the surface of the water effect. I mean, where you got the little reflections of textured reflections on the sides, because I think that's a function of the palette lighting as well. I didn't want to go here, actually. I kind of want to get out of this water. Also, the invincibility looks really, really weird with Big, doesn't it? Get out of there. There we go. That's more like it. You didn't need to go down there. So I can actually tell you that this big old dinosaur statue is basically where the lure upgrade in question is hiding. And I am going to see if I can't make my way around to get to it. I think I need to be in one of the other chambers, actually, one of the other underwater areas, because I think it's on like the other side of that wall that I can't get past. Oh, and I nearly started drowning there. Yeah, this is sort of like a miniaturized version of Jolly Roger Bay for me in terms of potential trauma regarding water and enemies and drowning and stuff. Okay, so you saw it right there. I saw it as well. You know, that means I think we got to go down into this one here. Wow, that was a very nice butt you got there, Big. Wait, crap, I'm still off. Okay. Let's see here. I think we get out from here. So where do I need to go? Am I getting confused? Am I getting mislaid? I think I am. I think there was another area that I have missed out on that I'm going to try to make a quick run toward. Now, is this that pool that I was just at? Yes, it is. Yes, that's where I was. That's okay. Let's see here. Where do these springs lead me to? Oh, you know what? I think this is where we need to be. It's this one here takes us into the spot where we can pick up that lure upgrade. Yeah, because then it's inside the skull. Or not? Huh. It's around here, though. I know that much. At least I'm almost 100% certain it's in this area. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble finding it. I usually remember where these things are. Okay, well, one more time. Oh! It was right there. Huh. Maybe they repositioned it slightly in DX, and since I'm playing with all the Dreamcast stuff, that's why I'm getting confused. That could be it. I mean, it won't account for all of it, obviously, because, you know, part of that is just me being a dunderhead who can't remember where any of this stuff goes. That's cool. Now we can catch even weirder looking fish. Now through this area, which is sort of Dire Dock style little tunnel thingy here, but I believe it actually gets us right back to the start of the stage. Yep, there's Froggy. So now that we got our lure upgrade, we can just go ahead and do the casting. Yeah. And if you wanted to speed run, you shouldn't have expected me. You shouldn't have expected a speed run out of Big's mode. Not when I'm trying to go for the lures and everything. Fine. Looks like we're catching an extra fish here. Okay. Alright, fine. Fine then. Jeez. These renders are just so weird looking. I can't tell if they're goofy or creepy with those giant bug eyes. Come on. Get out of here. Oh, it's not even 1,000 grams, man. What? What was even the point of that then? Alright, where are you, Froggy? I wish it was a little bit easier to sort of move the camera around in the water. Oh, there he is. Come on. Come on, get to the lure here.
Something's biting!
Now, sometimes because of the way the surface of the water and the ice works, sometimes I get a little weird glitches when I try to do that.
Now what am I gonna do?
Oh, that took 7 minutes.
not too bad.
I think it records your time for each of these stages as big, but it doesn't really display them anywhere. So you'll never know how long it took you to get through one of these areas. Now, the next question is, do we get to go out here? And the answer, I believe, is no. No, you don't get to go out this way ever, because Big does not go to that part of the game. He doesn't do Red Mountain or anything. It is sort of funny that even after you beat the game as all the characters, all those areas stay closed off to them. I mean, they don't really have any need to go over there, but it is sort of surprising that they just never thought, oh, you know what we can do now that the game's beaten and everyone's played through all of the levels that they have to play with and they know where everything that they need is? We can just open up the level so they can sort of explore a little bit more. Nope.
Oh no, he's got my little buddy.
Hey, it's a cutscene we saw a few minutes ago.
Whoa! Ooh. Glad I found you.
Oops.
Oh, now what am I gonna do?
Alright, time for yet another trip across the map. I should really look up where the other lure upgrade, the one I'm not certain of, is. Let's see here if I can do that on my phone, maybe. Just for a quick second. I mean, this is gonna be, take a minute or two, but let's see here. Okay. It's okay. It says near where Tails finds his jet ankle. Of course it's in that sewer. I don't know why I didn't think it wouldn't be in that sewer. Of course it's in the sewer. Well, as long as we're here, may as well take care of that then. Yep. Well, at least we still get a chance to get that next lure upgrade. Yeah, the way the controls lock after you get an upgrade is always so weird. And we're just missing one last upgrade. The fourth one is in the egg carrier, like I was saying. I know exactly where that one is, so we won't have to worry about wasting too much time to get it. But I do want to get it, just, just because. Alright, Emerald Coast Action Stage. A bit different as big, this area is, because, the water surface here basically just led to death and doom and destruction. And I was sort of complaining about this the other day. You can kind of see there's water sort of on the other side of the explorable area of the stage. And it has issues with, like, how it's cut off, I think. So it looks a little weird against the skybox texture in a couple of places. You can sort of see where the seams don't quite line up, basically. And then, there's stuff like this area here that are pretty much completely unique. There's a little fishing haven. You can go under here. I mean, we're not going to catch anything here because I don't want to spend too much time as Big lollygagging around. But I did want to at least, show this whole thing off to you. Like, really let you see, what Big's levels look like. Dang, that's a big old I don't know, is that supposed to be a flounder or something? Nah, I think flounders have eyes on both sides of their face. I don't know what that was supposed to be. Yes. Oh, that's what I should have made the joke. When we had a big picture of Big's ass, you know, we were exploring some of those smaller water areas in Ice Cap, you know, because it's a big view of Big's ass. You know, you've seen Sega bass fishing. Now it's Sega ass fishing. Although, you know, you could also make that joke, I guess, about the quality of this minigame, too. It's maybe a little bit too trivial. Just catch Froggy, he's always right near the start. Like, it's almost entirely a joke. It's a really long way to go for a joke, too. Like, they even developed a character who is basically the Sonic the Hedgehog universe's Steve Brule here, except, like, secretly hyper competent.
Not too bad.
I just, you know, I sort of want to hear. I think it would be really funny, especially considering who does the voice acting. Hear Big the Cat being like, "Oh man, what's with all these hunks?"
Uh-oh.
And then the hunks are also voiced by John St. John, who is, of course, you know, the voice of Duke Nukem, and they're like, "I'm all out of bubblegum, so I'm just here to chew ass." Or whatever the saying is. I'm here to eat ass and step on bubblegum. That's what it is. That's what it is. I'm here to eat ass and step on bubblegum.
This place doesn't look familiar to me at all. Smells like Froggy's around somewhere. Think I'll see what's behind this door.
ASMR, Big the Cat searches around for Froggy. There, you're welcome. Or just throw something heavy on it. I'm something heavy. There we go. Alright, and that's the last lure upgrade. Yep. And then the other one is the, wow, the black chow egg looks completely different here. Yeah. And it's like just straight up black in the PC version without all these other textures, but then again, I also know the black chow looks like way different like this too, so. I wonder, can we just throw it wherever the heck we want? Yeah. Screw you, chow. Or I guess I should say, oh yeah, chow. God, yes, you can tell I've been playing this game for too long when, you know, I'm coming up with all of these really rotten puns. Hey, there's an ugly, hideous-looking anglerfish just right there. Look at that. And yes, you can, in fact, fish for the fish that are in the little tubes of water here. And you'll notice there's no water here. That's actually the one that Zero in Amy's story jumps out of. Which we don't see until we play Amy's story, so you know, that'll be fun. And once again, they are wasted in big story mode. The speed shoes.
Ah, there's Froggy. Looks like he needs my help.
Rather weird that this level has a cutscene in the middle of it, don't you think? This is the only case where that happens.
I don't know. I think my Froggy is starting to sound a little bit too much like Paul F. Tompkins when I do stuff like that. I mean, not that sounding more like Paul F. Tompkins is a bad thing, really, but... Okay. So then we go up into here. And... it's like a little drain plug or something. We can, fish for said drain plug. And if we hook our line on it, that will put all the water that's in this area also into the lower level. And it's one of the ways you get up to the top of the stage, I think. So you just sort of use the line to float up. Oh wait, maybe it says don't trip over it. Maybe if I walk on it or just do something like that. Okay, I don't remember how to do this properly. Let's try that again. Can't recall if it's you fish for the plug or you stand over it or what. It's something like one of those things. I hope I can reach it with this. I don't think I cast it out far enough. Yeah, this is sort of a pain. It's sort of a wonder anyone discovered this in the first place, especially given, you know, you can catch a big enough fish for the A rank emblem just in that first area. This is like, again, it feels like a really weirdly jokey diversion from everything else that's going on in the game. Maybe standing a little bit closer to it will help. Might be able to hook the line on there. Yeah, I think it's... I could have sworn that just like stepping or jumping on it or something was all you really needed to do, but it's... I don't know when the last time I actually bothered to do this as big even was, so... Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah. That did it. Whoa, what the hell? I guess as I stopped floating the camera, decided it did not want to play along the way it was before. Alright, so... Yep, and now we go back in. Down here, and as you can see, water is much taller now. And yeah, like you can stand on that platform, it's so much higher. And we can get up to here, which is in fact, I think, how we get to the next area. Yep. There we go. Yep. And this is basically just above all those pools we saw earlier. Or at least it will be once we get over here. Now I think if we jump off, we'll just die. So let's not do that. This is sort of cool, huh? You know. I don't really get to see this part of the egg carrier any other way as any of the other characters. You know? Alright, what does this sign say? Does it say anything? That's weird. Can't seem to... Oh yeah, the water is covered with glass. So yeah, you gotta do the same thing you did with Ice Cap before and either throw, like you'd throw the rocks in Ice Cap, but you'd really have an easier time just jumping on it. And it gets you into those little glass areas you were before. Again, I'm just not gonna bother because I don't really want to catch those ugly looking fish because they're ugly and because we have better things to do, namely get Froggy. Huh. Seems like there's some oddities with the way the water is getting displayed here. I don't know if some of this background's supposed to be like blacked out in the Dreamcast version or not. Alright, now Froggy is somewhere around here, I think, right? Where are you, Froggy? It's weird, I don't really see the fish that should be in here. Oh, okay. Well, I see a few of them. Of course, the water level being where it is definitely makes them harder to catch. Let's see here. And you can see right there was where the switch that we just popped had been. Oh, did I see him? Yes, I did. Okay, he's just down there. Okay. Alright, we got you, Froggy. Yeah. Once again, it makes it harder to get to where Froggy is, since he's so much lower down in the water relative to where the water level ends up, and all of this stuff. So it's just like I could, you know, do this, but it just takes time, and there's no real reward for it if all you want to do is catch Froggy. Could have sworn though, like the last time that I tried like to cast my lure on that thing, I didn't even have to do that. Like really, all I did was not even cast my lure, just walk over the switch instead. And some of those fish sure are shiny, aren't they? Sort of makes a guy want to break into song if he's seen Moana, you know? Honestly, I don't remember the song very well, or at least not quite well enough. It always gets mixed up in my head with Lord's Royals, because we'll never be shiny, shiny. Come on, frog! See the lure. See that lure. It's like right in your face. Look at it. Yes, yes, you see it. You see it. You don't see it, huh? You know, normally when I play this, I think, you know, I don't understand why all the hate for big stuff. It's, you know, it's a fun diversion. Froggy's always right there, so he's easy to catch. You know, you don't really have to worry too much about your line breaking if he's the only thing you're going for. It's easy, you know, and Froggy's always like right there wherever the first fishing spot is, you know. You never have to worry about like running through the whole level trying to find him. And then this happens, and I don't want to know what that timer says for how long this has been, because my god. Yes, 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 come on, come on. Come on, come on, you stupid frog. Yes! Yes!
There are no words to describe the frustration I'm feeling right now.
Come on, come on. It's right there. Just, damn frog, get out of your stupid swim cycle and go for the damn lure. Come on, it's nice and gold and everything. You like gold, don't you? Come on. Yes, 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 yes.
Something
Alright.
funny.
Okay. Now let's catch you. Oh my god. Fine, I'll step back a little bit. Jesus. Come on. Oh, jeez. And I'm gonna just recast it. It's really, really hard to judge where you're actually dropping your line here. Yeah. Oh, hey, there's an eel over there. Have I ever mentioned to you how much I hate eels? Because I swear to you, I do. I hate eels oh so very, very much. They are... Have you ever heard Werner Herzog speak about chickens? Because he's like, oh, they are just so stupid. You look at a chicken and you see, like just pure stupidity. Like there's no real brains there. It observes the world, but there is nothing behind it. And it's like even a chicken at least has like some sense of like the God damn it frog, like of awareness of the world. And you know, it's clear that at the very least years of evolution have made it very, very tasty and weirdly designed. It is not like an eel is a tube that is somehow alive. Eels, they are the single most primitive species of living thing that is not a single cell. Actually, I would argue that there are probably some single-celled organisms that are far more robust, in fact, than an eel is. An eel is just a slimy tube with eyes. There, I said it. They're also a very ugly slimy tube with eyes. No one should like eels. Anyone who puts an eel in a video game is bad and should feel bad. Yeah, come on. Do you see the lure? Do you see the lure this time? Please tell me you see the lure. Oh my god, you stupid frog! How much more of this dangling in front of your face do I have to do? Am I gonna catch that shark before I catch you? I swear, folks, I've never had this level of trouble just trying to catch a single goddamn frog. Yes, yes, you see it? You see it? Yes! Yes, you see it! You see it! Yes! You didn't... I guess I didn't grab you properly, huh? Oh, alright, let's take the lure in a little bit anyway. Alright, that's not so bad. Come on. Now we're actually gonna reel you in this time. Oh my god. It does not pay to get frustrated with this game, I must say. Especially the fishing mode. Because then you make really simple mistakes. Yep. Is the thing still there? Yes, it is. Okay. You know what? Oh no, it's draining anyway. Alright. Well, screw it. Clean break. Let's retry it. My patience for these levels of shenanigans is at an all-time low, I assure you. again, some very strange-looking fish in those windows. If you want to catch them, be my guest. But I wasn't prepared to. It was not on the menu. Plus, what would you be catching? An anglerfish? An anglerfish is a fish that catches other fish. You know, let's not have fishception right here. Fishception? I guess fishception, excuse me. Yes. Maybe if we catch the anglerfish will have caught a fish too. You know? Maybe the anglerfish can catch Froggy. That would be nice. It could save me the trouble. Alright, now please, for the love of God, don't make me have to do this more than once. Come on, you see it, right? Yeah, you see it, come on, go for it, yeah. Nah, I reeled it back in because otherwise I'd be catching that shark. Yeah, I've eaten shark before. Kinda tasty. Gotta make sure it's nice and clean though. I think it's one of those things where, you know, because it just eats just about anything and you get all kinds of crud in there. Yeah. Come on.
Something's biting.
Come on, you're just right there.
Thank goodness! I thought I was trapped in hell of my own making because I could never capture that frog!
Not too bad. Yes.
I have no more levels to play and you have no idea how relieved I am at that.
Huh? That's strange. Where am I? Froggy?
Yeah, I think this bit would be a little bit more interesting if it happened in one of the levels in the Mystic Ruins, but, you know, that's just me being stupid and complaining about shit that doesn't really count for much anyway.
Is it alright for me to be here?
There's water. Is there fish in it?
So
I want to catch the fish.
So these are the 7 emeralds. Could it be? The servers are the 7 Chaos Emeralds, unified by one that is the controller.
Lady, I may be a dumb cat, but I can't believe that didn't occur to you before this minute.
Could this be the emerald that controls the 7 Chaos?
Froggy? I don't like the looks of this place. If something happens now, there's no point to my rescuing you.
And this would all be for nothing. I would have thrown away like 20 minutes of my life for no particular purpose whatsoever.
Emergency alert has been cancelled. Resuming monorail operation.
Use the monorail to get out of the ship.
Oh, yeah, because you can't take the other thing. I guess that's because that's where Sonic is now. He took that one up to get to where the robot and everything are. Well, whatever. It's sort of funny is you still see the wreckage of the Tornado 2 here. Isn't that cute? I think he's the only one who gets to really explore that part of the stage where it is. Is that Chaos 4 there, I guess that is? Yeah, I think that's what that's supposed to be.
So, I see you're trying to escape. I'm right on time. Chaos, grab him! Get that frog! And don't forget the Chaos Emerald. All right, and now for the frog. The frog is possessed by your tail. Once you get your tail, you'll become.
This is such a weird cutscene. Big's freaking out, just waving his arms wildly. The frog is just staring at this thing.
Oh, buddy, you don't have a tail anymore. Guess everything's back to normal, haha.
Unbelievable! Look what happened!
Yes, I'm going to keep doing my terrible Big the Cat voice until it stops being funny to me. And I should warn you now, it's probably not going to stop being funny to me until like a decade from now. At which point it will be like, oh no, this hurts too much to do
He's your
anymore.
friend, eh? No sweat. I'll get him back. Watch me.
Careful, Froggy. Don't worry. We'll get you back.
Aim for the frog and cast your lure.
Dang it.
Something.
Thank you for standing still for half a second, vile water monster.
Hooray! Froggy! I won't let them take you away again.
Go on and get out of here. I'll do the rest.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Come, little bunny. Time to get a move on.
So I've got to say, in this next part of the game, I literally did not understand what you were supposed to do here. Because I saw that, the tornado's here, you're right next to it. I mean, it's not too hard to figure out what you need to do in that sense, I guess. Like, it's a very specific sort of video game logic. But it's also like, I'm a giant dumb cat and you expect me to fly a friggin' plane out of here whose creator couldn't even land it right on this thing? But on the other hand, I do sort of like that it's really the start of this implication that Big the Cat is this weird genius character. Like, for as much as he's stupid, he's somehow like really intelligent in terms of picking up environmental cues and can somehow just pilot this damn plane, off of the egg ship. Like, that's nuts to me. And then he keeps showing up over the place in Sonic Adventure 2. It's like,
how did I even get up into space? I don't know how to fly a jetpack. There's something weird going on here. My God, it's full of stars.
I think that's sort of fun, is to just like give give grim pronouncements of the fate of the world and my immediate environment in Big the Cat voice, like,
my job screwed up my direct deposit, so at least until Monday I have to live on $100. Have you seen those chatbots? The ones that are like the Google Home devices? The ones that talk to each other? I think the fact that they appear to have developed sentience isn't any cause for concern for people who haven't read too many sci-fi novels. Donald Trump's cabinet staff has really got close ties to Russia at times. Like, one of the guys, his Secretary of the Defense or the Interior, or one of them, was like an ExxonMobil CEO who got an award from Putin. I don't see what the problem is there. You know, if you're gonna be a politician, you gotta make sure that things get done. And what better way to make sure that things get done than by getting things done all over the place, even in Russia, huh? There was a vicious gun attack today in the Florida airport. You know, they probably could have stopped the guy if everybody who was waiting at the baggage claim went and bum rushed him before he could fire a shot.
So there we go. We now have crappy conservative commentator Big the Cat. Because I'm bored and I don't have a whole lot of money, and so I can't go to the movies like I was planning today when I got my paycheck deposited.
The mayor of the town had to come out and give an announcement to how badly they dealt with ice and snow on the roads today. That's sort of funny to me. Doesn't ice and snow just melt after a while? Also, that's gotta be clear evidence that global warming is a myth. And that's the end of that mode, thankfully. We never have to go back unless we want to get those B&A ranks. Thank goodness I have a completed save.
Which character?
So let's see here. That's 4 characters done, so now we have just Amy and Gamma left over. Amy has 3 levels, Gamma has 5. Huh, after the credits, I guess, is what happens. Because once again, you look, no shading on anybody, once again. So, that was weird, because I thought last night when we did this, after we beat Sonic's game and went through the credits, that Knuckles still had his shading. But maybe not. I mean, one thing I definitely remember seeing at one point, although I think it was actually earlier today now that I think about it,
Select a file.
was that you go play Casinopolis as Knuckles.
Okay,
Like let's do that. Just as a quick little thing. We won't actually really even beat it. We just want to show it off for a second because it's like one of the cool things about the Dreamcast lighting is that it actually affects Knuckles as well. See, as you can see here, he's. Dang it! Look at that. The shading is sort of going across his body too. It's really noticeable, like when you stand on the ledge here, that he's getting shaded too. Yeah. That's kind of cool, huh? And it's just so weird to me that they never really got that ported properly in any of the other versions.
Alright, now we can be the girl or the robot. It's just like in my Japanese animes.
Yeah, let's do Amy. I think Gamma's story is probably the most interesting of them all, but it kind of stands out on its own a little bit. Anyway, no comments in the chat. That's cool.
I don't want to deal with any comments right now anyway. They'd be pretty dumb. This is the internet we're talking about after all.
That's no personal judgment on him.
Same place, different day. I miss the good old days, hanging out with my hero, Sonic. Chasing bad guys and blowing them away.
I'm pretty sure that model of Metal Sonic is different from the one you can play as when you beat everything in the game.
There was always something fun to do with Sonic around. I really miss him. Hey, what's going on here? Is there an eclipse today or what?
I think you can sort of notice that it gets a little bit darker in the PC version without mods, but it's not this dark at least.
A carrier? Well, I hope it doesn't drop them. The shells would break.
Eggman, can it be? What's that? Ah! Watch it! Watch it! Ow! You should watch where you're going, buddy! Hey, are you alright? You look kind of hurt.
Well, you know what they say, a bird in the head is worth two. Never mind.
What's this? Ah! Uh-oh! Yikes! You almost ran me over, creep! Oh no! Let's get out of here!
Little birdie, why do you fly upside down?
That was one of Eggman's robots, huh? He must have captured you, and somehow you got away, right? Don't worry, I'll protect you. I'll do my best to keep us both from harm. I'll stand by you all the way.
You know what would be funny? Is if in this next cutscene I was still holding the Burger Man statue, don't you think? Where'd the statue go?
Oh, Sonic! My hero! Sonic! Long time no see!
Amy!
What's your problem? See, this little birdie's got in trouble. I think you should be his bodyguard a little while.
What?
I'd put that shit away in Sonic 3D Blast! No more bird carrying for me! No way!
Come on, don't run away! Oh!
I don't know why I keep doing shit in Big's voice. I just got used to it, I guess. Alright, well.
No trains are currently in service.
Can we get through this way? The answer is no. Rather than sit. Oh, there's the Burger Man. He's still there after all.
Well, if Sonic won't return my affections, at least I'll have you, Mr. Burger Shop statue guy. You would never tell a lady no, wouldn't you?
Huh. Well, that was an odd place for the camera to be. I guess because I was holding on to the statue there.
Wait up, Sonic! Not fair! I can't run as fast as you! Ah, look! Eggman's robot's on the loose!
Don't panic! I'll handle that bag of bolts!
Ah!
Now what's wrong? Huh?
Look! It says cute couples can get in free! What are we waiting for?
Amy! Wait! I give up. She's so weird.
You know, while Station Square's name and appearance sort of resemble a traditional American large city, Twinkle Park itself feels more like a commentary on the prevalence of the bubble market surrounding, what do you call them? Theme parks in Japan in the late 90s. There was a huge bubble economy about them. Way too many of them got built and they had trouble getting people to attend. So in order to get people into the doors, they had all sorts of crazy gimmicks like the one that they have here, where cute couples get in free. That's why there's no one actually on the rides in Twinkle Park. Because it was suffering the same issue that a lot of post-World War II boom Japan was. Lots of economic speculation and things that it turns out nobody actually wanted. I think the weird textures behind the stairs were like that in the Dreamcast version too. But it's hard not to look at them and think, God, that's really fucking weird. Like, there's very obviously a graphical glitch involved with that makes the whole area very difficult to parse visually. I don't know what to make of it, do you? Oh man, I couldn't get over the bars. Now I gotta take the long way around. One minute 59? That's a travesty. I should be ashamed.
Welcome to Twinkle Park.
Farewell to Twinkle Park.
Whew! I'm glad we finally lost that robot. Sonic must have gotten lost too.
You know, it's very clear from where the placement of this cutscene is that either Zero was playing along with Amy, just playing around with Amy before abducting her, or that the entire placement of Speed Highway in this game's storyline is stupid and connects in no way to any of the other events going on. Well, it seems to be a level that a lot of people like, given the fact that they wanted to see it again in Sonic Generations. I've never really been a fan of it because of how contrived it looks, especially the first area. It just sort of seems like a glitchy mess with way too many forced segments. You don't really get a chance to explore like you do in other levels.
Nope.
Quietly hand over the bird.
Here's the bird! Look at my hand right here! I'm giving you the bird right now!
I don't need to tell you anything. You tell me why you want it now.
Does not compute.
You don't even know?
The poor robot does not have any sense of feelings or identity. Does not understand why it does the things it is ordered to do. It could be commanded to shoot at Amy at first sight and would do that without any reconsideration of whether or not its orders were valid or morally right.
You have feelings for something you know nothing about. Illogical.
I pity you. Love is not part of your programming. You are missing something good. Hey, Birdie, come back here.
Oh, I think we got a comment. Oh, hey. Oh, someone missing the last stream. Well, you're just in time. We've got another stream here.
And there's a lot more Big the Cat in it, I gotta tell you.
Go. Escape.
Glad you could join us for this, though. You missed me futzing about trying to catch Froggy for way longer than I should have.
You sure?
It's dangerous here. Hurry, we'll be at the Mystic Ruin base soon.
You're really nice. You're different from the other robots. You've got a soft spot inside your metal frame. If you want, we can be friends, okay?
There's an interesting dilemma here with Hedgehog Hammer. I believe in order to get the emblems for it, you specifically have to play it.
You specifically have to play it in the trial mode. Whereas if you play it through here, that's the way you get the upgrades and stuff. It started a little bit earlier than I expected. How much longer am I going to be around? I'm probably going to play this to the end of the story. I don't really have anything else to do tonight, so... Come on. Throw me a couple more Sonics. Yes, okay. Ah.
is happening?
Why are you watching so carefully to see whether your score is upgraded or not? Or beaten, I should say. Shouldn't you be piloting the ship?
Behold the warrior feather. Now you can do the spin hammer attack. Press and hold the action button and move the directional pad in a circle.
Now, I seem to recall that you can't actually get the other upgrade, the long hammer, just yet. Even if you were to get, like, the 3,000 points necessary. I'll try it just to see if I can. I'll try to hit exactly 3,000 points, rather, so that I can not have to worry too much about... just a couple more. Ah! There we go. That'll do. Did I get it? Yes, I did. Oh no, I got the high score. I did not unlock the hammer.
Well, that's a waste of time.
Shelter and find the way out. Good luck.
All right, Hot Shelter is basically the entire Amy gameplay here. Like, this is really the only significant level she's got because it's like 6 minutes long, whereas otherwise she's only got the one we already played in what do you call it? Twinkle Park, and then there's Final Egg. And both of those are like less than 2 minutes long generally if you play them, you know, even halfway decently. Ow!
That's false imprisonment. That's a crime.
And yep, that's the glass that the robot comes out of that was broken in Big Story. The way Tikal's advice is given for dealing with that robot is always like, that robot that was chasing you is closing in on you. You better get away from it or else that's it. It's the end, sort of thing. It always seems like, I guess, if you were getting caught by the robot, that would end the game. And oh, God. After all those instant death traps in Sonic Lost World, I'm really glad that's not how they designed it, because that would have made Amy's stages really suck.
It says left 1, right 3.
And the camera is usually not at this angle in this segment, so I guess it's Sonic Adventure just being Sonic Adventure, doing what it does best. Giving me a really weird-ass camera, even though I didn't ask for it. First time I played this, I had, like, the angle apparently to push the staircase where you want it to go is, like, really narrow, so I was always trying to push it in the direction that looked like it made sense, but it wasn't the correct angle, so I'd just be, like, standing there, like, standing right up against it, be like, why the heck isn't this working? So it took me, like, probably, like a minute or two before I realized exactly how it was supposed to work. I'm going the wrong way to get the power-ups and stuff. I gotta say, well, I do generally think I like how stuff looks with the Dreamcast textures and lighting and everything. These platforms look really washed out for some reason, with the way they're lit. Damn you! Oh, dang it, I had managed to get up there. I usually don't go this way, and you can kind of tell, huh? There we go. That ought to do it. That's a bit more like it now. Oh, I'm on free camera still. No wonder the camera was acting oddly. And I think in the mirror rooms of like Twinkle Park and stuff, the camera is so fixed that being on auto or free camera doesn't really matter very much. But that stage is also pretty closed in anyway, so it's not like there are a whole lot of options for where the camera can be at any point in time. Ah, dang it. Easiest way to hit that switch is to just do that with the jump, hammer jump. You can try walking across that platform, but when I'd first played the game, that was how I figured they expected you to do it, and it was just so difficult. I kept dying so many times there. Kind of embarrassing to think about right now when, you know, the game is this easy to me at this point, but...
Move the handle and the lift should move.
Once again, not really going to be a speedrun of the game by any means, but I don't know that I like the synthesizer very much. I always found it a little bit grating. There are some really weird choices of synths in this game that I've never really been able to come to terms with, and that's one of them.
It sounds like someone's doing unspeakable things to a ferret with that synth in the chorus. I don't know why the ASPCA hasn't gotten involved.
Alright. Well, we're almost done with this level, at least. Okay. Let's not clip too much into this guy. Get out of my way. Really, the tough part is that you can't really stand still, because then he targets you. And you need to stand still to grab these things, because otherwise you fall over. Or, you don't fall over, you just do your hammer attack, I mean. And you can sort of get, like, really high up in the sky if you try to do the hammer jump attack. I don't know, there's a whole lot of difference between this stage and the PC and Dreamcast versions overall. I think it's one of the ones where I don't really remember thinking, oh wow, this looks like completely different between the two versions. Might just be because it's not one of the levels, it's like the level that Sonic doesn't go into. Ah!
Good thing I wasn't trying for the B rank where you have to get 50 rings. That would have been really bad right there, because that would have meant losing time, like 6 minutes of my life, right at the end.
Huh?
I think that cutscene is sort of cool, because that's the only time you really get to see the top of the exit of Hot Shelter right there. Sort of like how there's that other room behind the ending of Final Egg that's where the last cutscene between Sonic and Robotnik is. Alright, now time to find the cutscene trigger, so we don't spend too long in here. I think it's in the back. I'm not 100% certain, but I think that's correct. I hope it's right, at least. I think it's up here. And I am wrong. I am very, very, very wrong indeed. Man, I don't really play through the story very much, like I was saying earlier. It is, it's difficult to, you know, play through the story without starting a new save, because there's no way to play the story without doing a new save. So it's so difficult that it is literally impossible. And maybe the trigger is back at the Emerald Altar. I think if it was, it would have spawned me there, but, you know, I don't remember this at all. I just like playing the levels most. Oh, it is over here! Why did you just spawn me in this part of the stage?
You're the Chow. Don't be afraid. You're safe with me.
That animation is kind of weird. I guess they're supposed to be like running away or something, but... I'm sort of surprised there's no like creepypasta surrounding this game where if you go into the Chow Garden and you just spend all your time abusing like literally all of the Chow, that you go and
I wonder if I'm dreaming.
then, you know, eventually Chaos gets really, really angry at you and floods the Chow Garden, and then you have to just watch your character drown with no escape or something. Maybe something like that is out there, and I do not spend any time with that shit at all, so it could very well exist, and I just don't know about it. I sort of hope it does, because that's just like, it really has, you know, all of the important elements of the dumb internet stories. You know, a video game, bad behavior, death. Oh, we got some comments. Gonna head out soon? Alright, and what was your name? Lord Gormagon, I guess. I hope I got that right. If you do head out in a minute, I hope you have a good night, rest well and all that. Thanks for joining the stream for a little while.
You can't get away this easily.
Sonic, help!
Too late, buddy.
Buddy? Where is my buddy?
It's a Chaos Emerald!
What?
I don't need you when I've got this. Yama!
At your service, sir.
Dispose of these annoying pests. Give them all you got.
Aye, aye, sir. Will comply.
I've got better things to do.
Stop, Mr. Robot!
It's sort of funny how in Sonic's cutscene, Sonic's music is playing under this. Whereas in Amy's version of the cutscene, it's the sad music that's playing.
Amy? That's one of Eggman's clunkers. Out of my way!
No! He helped me before.
I mean, I like that Vertex animation is generally a lot more expressive than using sort of like traditional poses animation sort of things. But sometimes it does look very weird.
Okay, I guess I'll let him go then.
Really, for me, the larger issue is the fact that Sonic has such very well-defined fangs when he opens his mouth.
The egg carrier's
It's
losing
bizarre.
altitude.
We're fresh out of time. Take Amy and clear out, fast.
What about you?
I'll nail that Eggman. Can't let him escape.
I knew you would save me, Sonic. You're my hero. You okay? It's dangerous here. Don't pay attention to Eggman anymore. Free yourself. Come on.
Why are you helping me?
I said we'd be friends, and I'm returning your favor. Even this birdie wants you to be free. Eggman's not the kind of man you should work for.
Amy, come on, let's get going.
Until we meet again, Mr. Robot, take care of yourself. wonder what Sonic is doing. He's always rescuing me, it seems. I should be more independent. You know you sure surprised me by having a Chaos Emerald with you. No wonder they were after you, my feathered friend. Hey, a pendant! Wow! So I'll help you find your family. Does Eggman have them captive now? I bet he does. So I'll help you find your family. I've come this far. I may as well go all the way. That robot said Dr. Eggman's base is in the Mystic Ruins. So
Your girl goes all the way with Strange Bird.
Maybe that's what I'll call the video on demand version of this. Or something, I don't know. Let's see if we can't get the long hammer after all. Because, you know what, I like that thing. It's nice to have. Yeah, we can get back to the egg carrier. God, it's so easy to die here. I always find it weird when, like, level hubs make it extremely easy for you to die. Why not just save all of the stuff that can kill you for the actual levels? You know, dying in a tutorial area or in a level hub really, I feel like it's bad form. But maybe that's just me being my usual stickler self again. Get up there! Get up there! Yes, there we go.
You know, in retrospect, the monorail was right there. I don't know why I didn't take that.
Alright. So, since we tried to get the big hammer just then and we didn't manage to, let's try it again. Ah! Well, this is probably not going to go well. Well, maybe we got a chance after all. Ah. Just one more. Yeah, that'll do. I'm not gonna go too crazy here, because if I ever want to get the emblems, you know, I'm pretty sure I have to do that through the trial mode. Yes! There we go! Now I get the long hammer. Thank you!
Here's the long hammer. Your attack radius is now increased. Try the spin hammer attack.
I just wish they'd give you the emblems when you're doing it in the story mode, too. It's kind of awful, you know, setting a really high score and then realizing that you have to beat it again to get the damn emblems. Just wanted to check to see if there were any more comments that I might have missed, and the answer is no. Alright. So I believe this is the side that the exit back to the Mystic Ruins is. And the little sign says, so we can check pretty easily. Boat landing, nope, Station Square, other way. I guess that's why we didn't take the monorail. We were technically on this side.
The train headed for Station Square will be departing soon.
Big the cat was extremely fast at climbing the ladder, whereas Amy is almost agonizingly slow. Oh man, that's really standing out right now at night. Eggman's base with all those lights and shit. Jesus, that's like really noticeable. You do not get that in the PC version at this point. No, you do not. And I keep thinking, you know, as soon as I finish jumping, I can get up to a good speed, but nah. Anyway, we're heading back over to Big's house, I guess. But on the other hand, that's about where we need to be for the next part anyway, so. Eggman's base is basically just right behind here. Take another look at that. Look at that. Oh my god. Positively radiant. Oh wow. That is kind of cool looking, I gotta say. Dang. Yeah, that's the sort of thing I installed these mods for. Shit like that.
I don't remember this bridge. Looks dangerously suspicious. Wanna go?
Yeah, it is so much more green in here now. As the environmental lighting looks like that. And there we go. Sort of did it in the wrong order. Ah. Oh no, that's not the one I hit. It was this one. Okay. Once again, another cutscene inside of a level, but it's also right at the level start, so it doesn't seem quite as weird. And they had one with Red Mountain too, so you know. Level layout obviously quite different from Sonic's route through the stage.
The robot that was following you is closing in on you. It'll be over if that robot catches you. You must get away from it no matter what.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about, where it sounds like if, like, the robot gets up to you, you're supposed to die, but then there are all these points where the robot, you know, just sort of ambushes you, and it's just, like, right there.
Use the switch to bring the elevator down. Until it comes down,
See,
hide somewhere.
okay. One thing I always like to do is try to knock the robot off into the pit over there. That's always fun. I think he tries to come back even so. Oh yeah, the voice acting is terrible in this game. I just saw your comment there, and it is not good. It is really just weird. I am, you know, I sort of am glad you don't have to ever replay through the story again in order to get to a level or not. Oh, is that? Oh, the Navi ripoff is so pat. Yes, absolutely. Yes, a little Tikal there. Never gives you the information you actually need, generally, I'd say. Like, there are only a few times where I found it was actually helpful. And, you know, generally my thought on that is, if you've really got to have a sentient orb tell you what the fuck to do, maybe your game just needs a little bit of a redesign. But, you know, once you get familiar with the game, it's okay. I like the game enough.
I'm free!
And away goes Amy.
That was a close one. I saw no sign of your relatives, Birdie. from the egg carrier. So maybe your family's still in there.
Never really noticed a giant turbine in the floor there before. Alright, let's see here. I gotta go back. Oh, I see. We're like at the bottom right now. That's why it's there. I usually don't head down here. I think you can see it during Gamma's scene, but I also think that it stands out a little bit more because of the way the lighting is done. Alright, and it's daytime again. The lights are still out there, but it's not quite as spectacular. But yeah, I agree. It is kind of impressive just how bad so much of the voice work is in this game. Like, it's not even like most of the voice actors are particularly untalented or anything. They were just given no direction. Oh, we got another comment. Oh yeah, keep doing these streams. Oh, I will. I will. I mean, I'm probably gonna play through the Evo 2 story tonight, but who knows? Maybe we'll do some streams of the game after that where I like do weird speedrunning shit. I think I did a little bit with Tails, but like even more than that. Where the heck am I? I guess I'm going the right way. Let me just make sure I am. Yeah, okay. I think I can. Like the minute you go off the path, they put like really strict invisible walls on the side, which makes navigating through here a real pain sometimes. That's why whenever I get the option, I try to stick to the top of the trees as much as possible. And now for a very, very slow ascent up. Tomb Raider, whatever the new one's called, I forget the title. This ain't that, that's for sure.
The train headed for Station Square will be departing soon.
Huh, did the lighting effect get screwed up again? It does sort of seem like everything's missing the highlights and stuff once more. I don't really know what's causing it. It just seems like every so often it just stops working. And everything else is fine. Hey, I died! Fancy that, I managed to die there. They put invisible walls all over everything else, but right there, nope. You can just fall straight to your doom. I think it's implied that these are supposed to be Gamma and Beta from Gamma's story. Like rather strongly implied.
How could you do this?
This dude is so easy. Like the biggest risk you run into with him is just getting too carried away and taking damage from his jumping attack. You can beat him in like 10 seconds if you're really careful. There we go. There we go. That's a little bit more like it. So you can just combo him right after your first hit, get that second one in.
See, I can do this. Please wake up, Birdie. Are you okay? Can you fly?
Oops, guess it can't fly after all. The end. Aww.
Whoa! You did it! Now you three can live in peace again. I'm so happy! I'm going to try my best, too! Just watch me! I'll make that Sonic respect me! And by that time, it's gonna be too late! Mwah!
And now for what is easily the weirdest track in the entire game right here. I don't really have words to describe it, honestly. Or I do, but they'd probably get me arrested. What is that? What is any of that?
This song is weirdly sexual for a character who's presumably supposed to be in her very early teens, like not even hit puberty yet.
At least the music is nice. It's very much, you know, sort of classic Sonic theme from the era. Reminds me a little bit of some of the songs in that Field of Magic game too. Not really a classic game that, but the music's great. Also, that one had a really fun sense of humor to it too.
Free to get what
Oh yeah, Crush 40. They still do as much. I mean, I see that, you know, like whenever they have those fan events and stuff, that they tend to show up and they do a bunch of songs. But I don't know if are they still like recording albums and stuff? Because I mean, I don't know. They're very much in that specific sort of butt rock space. But I've always had a certain fondness for it. And compared to some of the grungy stuff that we got that was sort of contemporaneous with some of the Sonic music, like I think like Shadow's music is actually a little bit better than the sort of Evanescence style stuff that it's clearly basing itself on. Yeah, I keep moving the window a little bit to read the chat. I hope it hasn't been like cutting off part of the game on the stream or not. I would imagine it isn't, because I don't think that's how OBS works, but I'm not really watching the stream too closely, so... Oops, if it's so. So if there's been like a weird black or white bar on the left side of the screen, that's why. Oh yeah, Voiding Shadow. Honestly, I think that's a good idea. I played it all the way through, like 100%, including the expert mode replay afterward. I mean, it's alright, but it doesn't really do anything that the other games don't do about as good or better. Most of the changes to the formula it makes, I mean, weren't really gonna stand around. Oh yeah, Shadow the Hedgehog seems... Yeah, I get that. Like, the opening cutscene, like, it seems really douchey because it's the scene with Shadow standing on top of the unconscious body of Sonic while he's holding a gun at his head. And then there's also the whole, too edgy for me, ow the edge, where's that damn fourth Chaos Emerald? Sort of stuff. It's clearly quite forced. And like, it's funny because it's trying to be so serious, but it also just seems really surreal. And once again, the lighting got screwed up again. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna restart and get everything working, hopefully correctly again. Just a quick little restart. I don't know what's been doing that. Maybe I'll go back over some of these videos to see if I can figure out where it is. Alright. Let's see here. Who do we got? We got all these guys played except the robot. It's time to be the robot. Oh yeah, the roller skates that Shadow uses are really weird. I don't understand that at all. Like the roller skate aspect of Shadow's character.
Systems, full power.
Like it doesn't really fit in with anything else about like sort of who he is. And it's just one of those things that's there because
Look at me.
Skates are badass, right?
Creator, Dr. Robotnik.
We're still in the late 90s at least.
Yeah, it's like, no, it's fucking 2003. The whole skate thing is, you know, this is really, really forcing itself, you know?
Gamma. That's right. You will now obey only me.
And it's like the ultimate life form is wearing roller skates. Like, it's not just, you know, some overly douchey hedgehog is wearing this shit. It's like, no, it's supposed to be some ultimate life form who also looks like a hedgehog.
Your big brother, E101 Beta, is there practicing. Enter, Gamma. You're not as advanced as Beta is, but you'll do fine.
Oh yeah, skateboards were more punishing too. Yeah, there was like the bit at the start of Sonic Adventure 2 with the boarding, and then that was it for that.
Destroy the Sonic target. Destroy the targets, and you'll get extra time.
Mission complete.
You know, Gamma stages are mostly pretty short too, but they're not generally as short as this. And that's the one thing I do sort of like about Gamma stages, is that they actually don't only retread ground, except for this one that you've already visited, the way, like, say, almost all of Tails stages do, or you know, Knuckles. Since his gameplay is closer to more of the pure platforming you see in some of the other characters. And for the record, no, we cannot go in here, as much as we might like to try. Ah, there we go.
Good job, Gamma. I didn't think you had what it takes.
Definitely much moodier in here with the green lighting. Everything looks a little bit flatter when you don't have it on.
If you want to stay on board, you must be able to pass it. So pay attention to what I say. The almighty egg carrier is a flying fortress that needs a good crew. Come forth, Beta! I'd like you to meet your older brother, E101. Just call him Beta. I am pitting the two of you against each other, and the winner serves on my ship. I put my bets on Beta, but I owe you at least a fair chance.
Really? You designed the initial version to be better than the revision? And already we're done. Just at 6 seconds.
Mission complete.
I think I've been able to beat him even faster than that before, though. I think it's sort of funny that you get a score at the end of the boss battles, even though I don't even know if it's recorded anywhere. Like, you just get to see it, and it really does not matter at all.
It's just like, whose line is it anyway? Everything's made up and the points don't matter.
Okay. We could always use a spare set of parts, I guess. You have special permission.
I'm sort of curious how the other robots managed to make their way onto the ship. If they all had to do this weird duel to the death thing going on. I always feel like there's that weird, like, the yellow parts near the front of the egg carrier make up a very weird looking face. I don't know if that's intentional or not.
Testing 1, 2, 3. You, the elite egg carrier crew, are here today to hear a very special announcement.
CBS cares.
Behold, it's a tailed frog. Very unique. This frog is absolutely vital to my...
It's not that special. That's like the stage in between tadpole and fully formed adult frog.
I don't care what it takes to get it. Just bring it to me. We haven't got time to waste, so come to attention.
Hey, there's Cream the Rabbit again. Flying away. Oh, that was a good angle of her. Oh yeah, we can still see her. Didn't glitch out that time. That was sort of nice. Alright. Well then. It's quite clear that where we have to go is the same place the frog was when the frog was here. Lewis Black needs to play Dr. Eggman, says Lode Gormagon. Just checking the chat here. That would be epic. I think that would be a very interesting choice. He's certainly, you know, got the old grouchy guy sort of aspect to him very well down. I mean, he wouldn't be like the sort of person I'd think of like as my first choice, but I mean, I think I'm not saying that that's a bad idea by any means. Just so we're clear. Oh. Well, sometimes you hover over the water. Other times you don't, do you? And that little monkey robot is floating on top of literally nothing. Isn't that funny? I always feel like the time requirement for this one is the most strict of all Gamma's levels. Like, even then it's not like especially difficult, but you're usually, when you are off, you're only off by like 1 or 2 seconds. Because I think it's that you gotta be at like 3 minutes. I mean, we hit that pretty steadily, pretty handily here, but there have definitely been a bunch of times where I've tried to play it and just completely failed at that. And 50 emblems. We're halfway to our 3rd Game Gear game. Like, my personal choice, I think, for Eggman would probably be the dude who does, who's like the chief on Brooklyn Nine-Nine, Andre Braugher. He definitely does the sort of genius madman voice extremely well. Like, he does it a lot even on the show. It's very clear that he'd be an excellent choice. And, you know, he's clearly interested in more comedic roles, so...
This presents a problem.
Hey, we're in the past. Robot does not understand time travel. Certainly one of the cuter cutscenes here. Look at all those chow.
No! Don't go any closer! I'm sorry. I see you must not be one of them, huh?
One of what? The chow?
Well, gee, lady, what tipped you off? My hard metal exterior?
He's a very loving and gentle creature.
I assume she meant like some of the other members of the Echidna tribe who want to kill these dudes for whatever reason. I guess to get at the emeralds.
Allows them to continue seeing in peace. Even I was surprised the first time I saw him. Now my father is trying to take their sacred home. It seems his heart is closed off to us all. My true hope is that someday we'll understand each other.
This frog's the one we want. No, here's the real one. My frog is the right one.
Man, those are some weird looking frogs, huh?
Ah, dummies, 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 dummies! None of you got the right one. We must find the frog with Chaos's tail. That same frog has also swallowed a Chaos Emerald. Huh? Ah, there it is, right there. I'm proud of you, Gamma. I knew you'd be of use to me. All you worthless hunks of junk.
I like this idea that Eggman's just sort of dancing to resemble the other robots. He's also really quite a dick to his own creations, isn't he? Like, there was only ever going to be one frog, so what were the rest of them going to do? You know?
Go to the room through that last door. Once there, you'll find a girl and a bird. Just get me that bird. Now, go!
Is this the one?
I'm curious if a robot looking at this sort of thing would think body horror.
Beta. This is the wrong room.
Gee, you think? And time for yet another cutscene. There's that Chow egg again.
Go away!
Give me the bird.
No way!
Resistance is futile. Give me the bird.
No, it's prepare to be assimilated is how that quote goes.
Why not?
None of your business, why not? I want to know why you want it.
Data unavailable.
You don't even know? I bet you'd be mean to him, you bully. Why not help us out instead? Don't you know how bad I feel?
Does not compute. Why try to save that which is useless to you? Does not compute.
I feel sorry for you. Eggman failed to give you feelings. Wait a minute, Birdie!
Get going.
Huh?
Controller vibrated there when the gate opened, which I was not expecting. So I was like, whoa! Hey, this thing is rumbling in a place where I did not expect it to be.
Here.
Hurry, we'll be arriving at the Mystic Ruins base soon.
So, you're not like those other robots, huh? You truly are a good person inside, aren't you?
All of these robots have a good person inside. That's sort of like Robotnik's gimmick, is he takes good people and he turns them into robots. I always like the little, lots of moving parts that you see in all of Eggman's bases in this game and stuff. It's fun.
1, 2, 3. Gamma, get ready for battle instructions. Get the jet booster from the ammunition room and get up to the deck. The ammunition room is unlocked.
Alright. The ammunition room. 2 rooms with upgrades, only one of which is available right now. It is sort of funny to me how almost all of Gamma's story takes place after everyone else's in a way. Like, I guess presumably the last bit of Amy's is
Here's the jet booster. Press and hold the jump button and you'll float for a while.
I forgot what I was going to say. Dang it. Oh, yeah, there's the comment that, yeah, what if that's the reason why all of his enemies are so easy to beat? Dr. Robotnik's robots, I mean. Because he gives them the little animal souls.
I see you've got the jet
And they hesitate and makes it easier for Sonic to beat them. Could
Report
be.
to the rear of the ship.
Could very well be. Alright.
Hurry!
So we got the jet booster. There's another upgrade on the other side that I believe we don't get until much later. Oh yeah, I remember what I was going to say. Like, except for the very last bit of Amy's cutscene, most of Gamma's stuff could take place at just about any old time. And as you can see, right down there is where our other item is. It's a nice little item, but we don't need it right now. That's true. I mean, technically we don't need it at all. It's just there as a little bonus if we were to say, you know, try to go for all the A ranks. It makes it a little bit easier because it increases the range and length of time that the laser is available for. And now it's time for yet another little piss-easy versus character battle. It's just that this time we do it as Gamma instead of either Sonic or Tails.
Aye, aye, sir. I will comply.
I'm counting on you, Gamma.
It would be sort of fun to me if you had to fight off both Sonic and Tails as Gamma. Because both Sonic and Tails fight against you
Oh no!
in their various story modes.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no. Come on, go down.
no.
I thought you went down already. Heard like 3 oh no's and you only got like 2 hits. Come on.
Stop, Mr. Robot!
Amy?
Hey, Mr. Robot. I know you're not an evil sort. Wait, remember me?
Amy! Oh, I really don't get this.
Sonic, look! The egg carrier's losing altitude.
Time for everyone to get off the shift.
Take Amy and go!
What will you do?
I'll nail that Eggman! He must be stopped at all costs!
Thanks again for saving me as usual, Sonic. And how are you, my metal friend? It's dangerous here. Why not leave Eggman and come with us?
Why do you help me?
I told you we'd be friends the next time we met. Even Birdie wants the best for you. You must ditch that awful Eggman.
Amy, come on!
We'll meet again, my robot friend.
And now for that same cutscene of... oh, no. We don't see that same cutscene of the egg carrier blowing up. Never mind. And now Gamma contemplates his own old mortality. Complete with the model for Amy used in the Dreamcast version of the game. You can also see those are the models for Sonic and Tails. Again, model swaps have not yet been implemented, but outside of the fact that some of the textures aren't really designed to look right with them, you know, the ending cutscenes and that right there.
Must save.
Yep. And so presumably the idea is that now Gamma is aware that in fact there are little tiny animals inside he and all of his little E-Series robot friends. So he's on a mission of mercy to destroy them all. It's only through destroying them that he can save them. Or something. Come on. What the heck? Grab the stone. What? What is this nonsense? There we go. Jeez, was that so hard? Apparently, yes. You know, I am sort of curious if we can get to Red Mountain yet or not. So I kind of want to try that. And let's see here. Oh no, we can't because that wall's not broken. Despite the fact that in every other character's story by now, that wall would have had to have come down in order for people to get to places like Ice Cap. Really, the only other person who can't access what's beyond there is, I think, Amy. And the main reason for that is that her story was just not really making it available to her. So it's sort of surprising to have the opportunity and just not get the access to it yet. But, you know, we got a set level sequence. Even if it doesn't really matter very much now, because all of E102's story still is, you know, destroy the remaining robots and free the animals. And so now we go into the areas that are all specific to Gamma here. It is sort of nice that this level wasn't just like the little short romp that it was for Sonic, where it's like, oh, you go a few feet and then all of a sudden, you know, boom, you know, you're at the end, because that's where the, what do you call it is, tornado gets you. The literal tornado, not like the ship. Come on, go down. Yeah, you can get stupid good times just by targeting every single segment of those little, I guess they're supposed to be like the caterpillars or something, I don't know. But yeah, they got like 10 segments each, so that's a ton of time to get.
Complete.
Oh, this is like kind of a lowball score, I'm pretty sure, in comparison to what you can get if you really try for it. Alright. Now the wall breaks because, you know, we can't have us playing these levels out of order. I mean, out of all of the places where the game has a set sequence, this is the part where it just doesn't really make any sense. You could conquer either level in whatever order you wanted. And I'm just sort of surprised that they were so eager on maintaining that sequence when it's not like there was even a story segment afterward. You just defeat the robot and you're done. Yeah, this level's fun too. I like both of these levels a lot as Gamma. Big difference between Gamma's version of the stage and Sonic's is that the lava level does not change. There are ways to trigger the lava level changing in Sonic's version of the stage, I mean. But here, nope, it is consistently stuck at the bottom. So there's all of this ground you can walk on that you couldn't as Sonic. Due to the way Gamma's mode works, I don't really think of what you do when you play as him as speedrunning exactly, and if you want to get a good time, you generally have to go for, like, destroying everything. And since for me getting a good time means, like, getting as high a number on the little score screen at the end, you know, for me the answer is then destroy everything that moves and try to get as big a combo as possible. Okay. Saw a comment saying stuck on a still frame, went to check for a second. Looks like it's okay though. Because the stream on my end is looking okay, so at the very least the video when it's done, you know, you can watch it on there.
E-103 Delta, E-104 Epsilon, rescue mission accomplished. E-105 Zeta, E-101 Beta, location unknown.
I like that his eyes really look lit up with the nice Dreamcast lighting effects.
Perhaps aboard the egg carrier.
Like his body parts that are supposed to look lit up look actually lit up. Yay! It's a Christmas miracle or something. Or maybe New Year's, given when it came out. Who knows? Gotta jump over that wall there. I always kind of dislike the sound that his wheels make when they first touch the ground there, that squeal. I think one of the mods has made it so that it's not quite as loud, thankfully, but it was just really shrill and ear-piercing before all of that, and it just drove me nuts.
Mission failed.
The train headed for Station
Once again, dying as we try to land on that raft. Hilarious, huh? It's like video game slapstick. How hard can it be to land on the raft? And yet I've screwed it up twice.
Data. Beginning search. Accessing data. Hot shelter. E-series location confirmed. Unlocking hot shelter sector now.
You know what I kind of want to do? I kind of want to see if I can still do that fun little glitch with E102 in the corner with the older, like, Dreamcast models. I know there was a weird glitch here with the solidity. Nah, doesn't seem like it. It was really easy to trigger in with the DX textures and stuff. There's a hole right there that you can go through without any trouble. Try on this side for good measure. No. Unless it's at the other side of the craft, which is possible, but I kind of don't want to do all that work to figure it out. Go in the door? Oh, that's the door to the pool. Never mind. For some reason, I thought it was the door to switch the shape of the egg carrier around. There's be no reason why he'd need access to it, so they don't give it to him. Alright. Now let's see if we can get that. We can't get that laser upgrade now that we're almost done with the game. I think it was on the other side, actually, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. Dang jump mechanics. Jump the way I wanted him to. Alright. Yes, it is ready.
Here's your laser blaster. Its blast damages enemies in a wide pattern.
That's a really weird way of saying that it can target more stuff and for longer, and the beam is longer too. You can target stuff farther away. And that's right, we want to go to Hot Shelter. We start off in the second area, of course. And we begin in the area that's shared with Amy. It's the wrong room. There we go. Probably should have. There we go. I was gonna say probably should have tried jumping off to the side. I think that's what the speedrunners do. God. Just imagining devoting one's life to playing this game really, really quickly, and it sort of depresses me, to be honest. As much as I enjoy this game and as much time as I've spent like trying to beat it as quickly as possible, just yowza. Oh yeah, this area looks like completely different in the Dreamcast version too. I think it's got like a metal surface on the ground instead of this wood paneling. The glass in that area where all those coconuts badniks were looks different too. This bit looks about the same though. It's got the metal pattern again. Like I think it's the same one that's used there. There's some funky little texture on it. It almost makes it look like it's a dummy texture for when things don't get loaded properly, but I'm pretty sure that's actually the correct texture because it looks almost exactly like it does in the PC version. So either the PC version is even more bugged than I understood it to be, or that's really what it's supposed to look like. Yeah, this is like the one other area we've been that's completely unique. And, I mean, the first part of the Hot Shelter with Amy and Big and stuff really doesn't look all that different between the two versions. I think there's some obvious differences in lighting, making it a little bit darker and a little bit grimmer looking, but mostly, yeah. So many items to gain. Gain item, 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 item. And now it's time for E105, the one who is powered by literal Dreamcast, as you can tell by the texture there. Come on, get that last one on him. Did we get it? There we go. That took too long. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, you can see the cool lighting on the side too and everything. Always nice. Let's get a little animal freed.
Data. Rescue complete.
Nice wall. Wouldn't be Sonic Adventure if the camera behaved, huh? Alright. So what's left? I think it's... I kind of wanted to see what the heck that texture was, because I don't remember having it, like, having any art in the PC version at all. Just remember it looking the way it did. You know what's sort of a funny random fact? Well, in the Mystic Ruins in Station Square in this PC version, you know, there's no reloading of music. It continues playing every time you switch areas. It doesn't stop and restart. That's not true for the Egg Carrier for some reason. Like, anytime you go into a new area, the music changes. Go figure, huh? It's like by the time they got to the Egg Carrier, like, and the stages in it, they sort of gave up with the lighting and funky effects when they were doing the PC version. Like, it's clear, you know, you look at Emerald Coast, for example, on PC. It's not that it doesn't have lighting. It just has, like, different lighting. And that's okay, you know? It's not maybe as quite as intense, but it still looks all right. And then, you know, then through all of that, you know, then, you know, you get, you know, at the very end you get Skydeck, and Skydeck's just fucking hideous without the proper lighting. It just doesn't make any visual sense at all. And the whole lowering and raising the ship is bizarre as a result, too. Alright, let's see if we can't beat this guy kind of quickly. Now, I thought at one point that, like, firing into him all the time would make him more likely to attack you, but the answer is actually no. It seems like trying to avoid him as much as possible and not attack him when he's not vulnerable makes him more likely to do the attacks that actually do leave him vulnerable, which is specifically that one where he generates the shield and then charges. I was trying this the other day and that's what I noticed. Oh, hey. I was worried I wouldn't hit him, but I did. I don't know if that's my best performance of the level, but, for that boss, I mean, but it was okay.
Mission complete.
And that's it. All that remains is the last story, and I guess we may as well do that. I'll say it's a bit unfortunate that even with all of the new Dreamcast lighting and effects restored, you know, and the retexturing, Perfect Chaos isn't quite as menacing as he looks in the original Dreamcast version. I think that's because the lighting effect in some of these areas just isn't pronounced as it should be.
Now the robot contemplates his own mortality. If he wishes to free the bird inside, he must allow himself to be destroyed. Is that a sacrifice he is even willing or capable to make? That's a very good question, isn't it now? One more robot learns to be something more than a machine.
I always thought the Flaming Lips Sympathy 3021 felt like the sort of song that would cap off the story here extremely well. Obviously, they don't have that song. It didn't come out until a few years later. But yeah, I always thought it was a good song. And definitely feels in character with E102 and his whole arc. Any new comments? Nah, no new comments, so. Just gonna let the credits play out again and then maybe do supersonic mode. I mean, by this point, you know, I've really pointed out all of the differences between, you know, this version and what it looks like without all of the mods applied to it to get it back to the Dreamcast visuals. So, yeah, you can see them here. They're fairly obvious most of the time. Because, you know, I mean, how many of these game stories have we played? This is the 6th one. You know, like the inside of the egg carrier isn't anywhere near as green. Like, look at that. There's not much green there at all. Like, the colored lighting just really doesn't affect the characters ever. So it's not bad, but it does mean that the effect of the areas is much, much different. And there's so little to Gamma's game here that they just have a scene with him flying by the Emerald, just for no particular reason. And here he is just lollygagging around on the egg carrier, because they just did not have enough pictures of him for his story. And now we get to see some of Hot Shelter. And I hope they get a scene of the middle segment, like right after the... Yeah, you can see that's now a metal floor there. That's a bit with all the wood paneled floor and the coconuts monkeys I was pointing out. Oh no, it's not. It's not. No, never mind. That's like the very end segment right before the boss. That's really weird. Like right after the train ends. I don't know why they picked some of the pictures that they did for the ending here. It's very strange. And there we go, since Gamma no longer exists, but the bird does. That's who you see at the ending there. So, I wonder if the lighting is going to still be there or not. Can I try it this time? We'll just do... Oh no, the lighting is still there. Hooray! So I really have no idea what's causing it to get unset at certain places.
Select
Just everything
a
looking
game.
flat. You know what? Let's do this. Why not? Just for a single round. Doesn't look like Amy's casting a shadow, oddly enough. I'm just gonna let the timer wait out. Giving myself an overly difficult high score target to beat is not going to serve anyone well. Let's try this one more time. I just like standing in the middle and swinging the hammer around like a nutcase. Alright, too many Eggmans! Ah, dang it. I got myself all dizzy. Oh well, I think I still managed to beat my score technically. Oh no, I didn't. Never mind. I guess it was 3,700. Oh, one more time then. See if we can't get to 4,000 just once. Oh, wait. Okay.
It's my turn now.
That was both emblems, huh?
Select.
Yes, it was. Well,
Select.
alright then. Sure, I'll
Select
take it.
your character.
Supersonic really has a lot of story to it, compared to the amount of gameplay that it has, which is of course one rather short level where you play as Supersonic. Finally destroy Chaos is sort of seen in the opening credits. Hey, it's this pre-rendered cutscene again, where the island falls.
Ooh, I hate that Sonic. He always seems to get in my way. But I bet he can't foil my master plan.
Because he's the Eggman. He's got the master plan.
Chaos!
The Master Emerald is where it belongs.
So
But Angel
I guess
Island
6
is
of the
still falling.
emeralds.
This doesn't make any sense. Maybe those Chaos Emeralds that I brought back with me have something to do with what's happening. I'll take them to Sonic for his advice. Eggman!
This is terrible. Chaos is...
Is what?
Yeah, I feel you, Sonic. When are these cutscenes going to end? When do I get to be supersonic and fast and everything?
And maybe I'll take another vacation somewhere.
Sonic!
Hey there, Tails! Did you find the tornado too?
Never mind that. Get up and follow me. Angel Island is falling again.
Hey, no way! Who blew it this time?
Oh, I don't know, but we better hurry!
You know, what's sort of funny is that you can basically go into every level as Sonic, even during this scene here. So you can go, you know, into Red Mountain right now if we wanted. But I don't, because I want to keep the story moving along.
Sonic, sorry.
Knuckles!
Yeah. Yes, I am definitely still going, but we are, thankfully, almost done with the story. But yeah, these cutscenes, they really take a long time.
What?
Like, they probably doubled and tripled the length of the game if you're trying to go through it quickly, and you don't just skip over it.
Hey, Eggman!
But the main reason, I wanted to do this was to just show off, like, how even all the cutscenes look with all the extra lighting and stuff, which is generally not too different, but sometimes just enough to be notable.
We'll get on it. Tails?
Right.
What?
And it's time to go back to the burning ruins again. God, it's just so much brighter.
It looks familiar.
Like this.
It's not a dream after all.
Like, that is red. Surprisingly, the flickering color of the layout, like the level geometry, doesn't seem to affect the shading on Sonic very much, which is, I think, why this effect sort of bothered me a little bit when I first saw it on the Dreamcast. Well, that, and it's also not really clear why all of the ground is flickering in color either. It just seems a little bit too intense without meaning anything.
I won't obey!
We need those 7 emeralds to give us total power. It's power for the people, and they are your people too, you know. We must get that emerald.
Greed is our enemy. Once it starts, you will always want more.
Some of these things look like they're a little bit too yellow, like the eyes of the Chow and stuff. I don't think they're supposed to look that way. And again, you know, the Dreamcast lighting and stuff is still kind of a work in progress, so it's not surprising that we're seeing a few things like that, but I also still don't understand why that one tree looks green. I genuinely don't recall whether it does or not in the Dreamcast version, but I don't think so. I think it's not getting light and applied to it for some very strange reason.
Oh, it's a monster!
Yeah, I think, like, the objects here aren't supposed to just have, like, a primary yellow color to them. I wish I knew what was actually causing that.
I think so.
Because I would think that it would be supposed to be more of like a reddish color, from what I remember. And I know there's a couple of things here that are supposed to look a little bit on the yellow side, but...
Wait up!
It's just, it's clearly not quite right. Close, but not quite there yet.
The controller serves to unify the chaos.
I mean, this was honestly sort of like the same issue I was having earlier that I was complaining about but couldn't really show you, where Tails' Skydeck looked like everything was coated in orange soda. It was just way too orange after the craft descended.
I was on a snooze cruise, I guess.
Good thing you're okay. You just sort of conked out there. Knuckles left already. Come! We gotta go after the last emerald.
Lead the way.
It should still be on board the Tornado 2.
But how do Sonic and Tails have any idea where the Tornado 2 is sort of the weird thing. I mean, we know it because we saw the craft there after Big landed it, and presumably was right over by where he's supposed to live, which is even handily pointed out to us on a map. But for all we'd know, you know, the Tornado 2 would still be on the Ink Carrier or something. So it is sort of weird that it's never really explained how much the characters know. But, you know, that's just me, again, you know, being anal retentive and nitpicky, and it's not a thing that matters.
It's the Tornado 2!
Yeah, so let's get the Chaos
I mean, it's not like some time didn't pass. This is...
What?
Oh, it just is.
No! He's got the last emerald!
Now what do we do?
And of course, the classic cutscene, basically the same as what you see when you start the game. Always sort of wish they could have maybe re-rendered this at a higher resolution for some of the more recent releases, but no, alas. It still looks exactly like it did. Not bad, exactly. You know, certainly a little bit nicer than the actual game graphics do. They don't look quite this fancy, but...
Wasn't that a mighty storm in the morning? Blew all the people away.
Dang. And I like how intense this cutscene is, and then you see Chaos right at the end of it, and he's all fearsome and angry and really detailed. And then on the PC version, well, I'll give you a minute and you'll see it, and you'll just be like, I mean, it was how it was on the Dreamcast version too, but there's just less lighting applied to it. Like the shading on the water textures isn't as intense, so, well, it looks like this. God, that looks so dumb. The first time I saw it, I nearly pissed myself laughing.
That monster is a real menace.
Chaos 6 looked more like ridiculous and fearsome than this. That's kind of a pathetic final boss appearance.
Looks like he's after Chaos too.
If Egg Carrier 2 was made because something like this could happen, you have defied your master, stupid beast. Now you must be destroyed at all costs.
I've had enough. Who do you think you are, anyway? Oh, it's you. The one who sealed Chaos in the Master
Friendship ended with Chaos, now Orb is my best friend.
My heart has
Finally.
always been in the Master Emerald along with Chaos's. Now he's filled with anger and sadness. And if it goes on, he'll eventually destroy the world like he did before.
God, it looks so stupid. That's one thing I'm really glad that they got right with Generations, was actually making Chaos look like he did in the cutscene when you are actually playing through the level.
Look! He's absorbed the Emerald's power. He must be sealed in the Master Emerald now!
How can that help? It won't change how he feels inside, will it? His heart will still remain in turmoil, and his anger just won't vanish.
Jeez, John Paul Sarge.
What choice do we have?
Oh yeah, like that. There's a second egg carrier that Robotnik has just hanging around for some reason.
Here, take this.
Oh right, that's the pink bird because that's supposed
Hey guys,
to be
what's up?
representative of Gamma.
Chaos only used the
That's
negative
cute.
power of the emeralds. Sonic, you should be able to harness their real power.
As much as I hate to admit it, I think Tails is right about this.
Why do you hate to admit it? What's wrong with admitting Tails is right about it?
You know, it hurts me to consider this, but you might be able to use the power of the emeralds for good.
Feelings toward each other can make them work. Our hearts together form awesome power.
Nature, water rising.
I don't know. I don't think I can keep that up with the big voice, but yeah. I gotta say, I am tempted to keep singing it. I mean, we're gonna be done with this phase of the boss in a second anyway. It's sort of a shame that they cut it out with the second part for his second phase. I sort of wish they'd reverse the order of the songs. I think having this at the end is a little bit more interesting. It goes a long way to making the second half of the battle not a miserable, painful death experience the way it was the first several times I tried to play through it.
Can't hold out much longer. I know it's a one-way track.
Alright, phase 2. Slightly more difficult, but mostly the same. I think this one. Nope. Okay, good. I was worried one of those was going to hit me, slow me down, and screw up that hit. Now, some of these brick buildings definitely didn't look like brick when they did the PC port. Like, I don't even remember what they looked like. I think most of them were just kind of concrete in appearance. Like, some of them really stand out as a result. I mean, once you understand the trick here, which is, you know, stay in the air until you build up a ton of speed, then ram into Chaos's body, you know, it's a very easy boss encounter. But, you know, the game only sort of explains that, and it seems to imply that the correct option for getting through Chaos is to collect speed from the speed boosters instead. Well, now he's dead.
Hey, I'll play with you some other time.
Yeah, like you're saying, yeah, the track order does feel weird. In like all of the other games, there's usually like some dramatic, sort of orchestral style piece for the first phase of whatever the final boss is. Like in Sonic Adventure 2, I guess you could argue that that's like BioLizard. It's maybe not quite orchestral exactly, but it's a unique song. And then the revisitation of the main theme shows up during the Shadow and Sonic team up super battle against the BioLizard's like final hazard form or whatever it was called.
Chaos has changed again, this time for the better.
Yeah! Super Sonic must have neutralized it, so it's nice again.
These are the Chow you were protecting. They stayed alive for generations and now live peacefully with humans. The fighting's over, harmony's restored, and life goes on.
I feel like Chaos here should have a little bit more shading than he does. Everything else looks like it's shaded mostly properly. I'm just not clear on why he isn't. But yeah, like I was saying, Sonic Heroes, you know, the first form of Metal Sonic where the three non-Sonic teams take off with him, you know, they got the Takeshi, I think, Kobayashi soundtrack there, and then it's into the Crush 40 soundtrack during the super battle with Team Sonic. You know, all the other games are like that too. Shadow, I mean, doesn't really have multiple form final boss, but there's the last way and then the final boss. And again, it's the same sort of thing. Orchestral score-ish for the final level, and then that. And Tails with his all's well that ends well.
Yeah, sure, Tails. I'm sure all the people who lived and worked in these buildings that have been destroyed would agree with you completely. This was a very good ending after all.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the last few games, like since Adventure, have sort of, or not since Unleashed, World Adventure, have broken with the formula a little bit, in that the final boss is a special remix of the game song theme thing. So you've got, well, I don't know, I think it was true in 06 as well, but I never played 06, I never really got that far into it. Yeah. Oh man, Heroes. I beat Heroes a long time ago, and one of the main reasons why I always make sure to take care of my data, make sure my hard drives are working and all that good stuff, is specifically so, you know, the completed save file I have for it never gets lost or deleted or corrupted somehow, because I don't want to lose my progress through that game, because I went like through hell and back trying to get all the special stages, getting all the A ranks, so that I could play through the final story. And I think most of my problems with Sonic Heroes get ameliorated slightly with the super hard mode, because you get the upgrades a little bit more often because there are more enemies. You get to hold on to them longer because the stages are longer. You know, my biggest problem is that by the time you get to Haunted Mansion, the stupid egg hammer robots with the helmets are just way too common, and those guys take way too long to kill. They're not fun to go up against. They're really annoying. They may as well be boss encounters of their own, just in the middle of levels. Yeah. Yeah, those special stages in Sonic Heroes are... There's something wrong with like the way the controls on the top half of the stage work. The handling is sort of reversed in a way that it shouldn't be. Like when they took the same idea and applied it to Sonic Generations on the 3DS, I think they did a good job of making it work. But in the PC version, it's almost straight up does not. Yeah. Oh man, my Wii U got stolen a couple weeks ago, and I had a whole bunch of save files on there for a lot of games, because there's like Sonic Unleashed and Sonic Colors that are both basically unique ports to the Wii, and I'd been playing those and I beat them completely and all. And I'd also played through Shadow through the Nintendo hacking stuff. And that was cool too. So, when that got lost, all of the data that I had for the games also got, basically deleted. It wasn't there anymore because, it went with the console. So if I ever play through those games again, I'll have to start right from the beginning, and if I ever want to get another cleared save file, I've got to play through literally the entire game all over again. I mean, that's fun because I like colors, and, Unleashed Wii it's a fun game for when you're tired and you want to chill out, because it's not overly difficult most of the time. It's a very relaxed Sonic game, and I like it for that reason. I'm just sort of glad I didn't really get very far into, like, Secret Rings or something. Whew, that would have been bad if I'd lost progress on something like that, I think. I really do need to try that at some point. I only ever really got through the tutorial and then sort of set it aside, and, life got in the way for a while, as well as other games that I wanted to play more. Like, at some point, it's more of just a completionist's sake for the sake of saying, oh yeah, I've played fucking all of these things, Okay, there is one really stupid thing that I wanted to try, before I end the stream at least. I think the answer is going to be that it can't be done, but I did want to get in
Which
here into
stage do you want to
Casinopolis and just see, you know, what sort of crazy-ass skip I can do, if there is one here. Because, I don't know if it's when they redesigned it or not, but... Oh, shit, yeah! You can still get through there. For some reason, I thought you couldn't, but nope, that hole is there as plain as day. I'm sort of glad about that. I didn't want that to be a DX exclusive bug. So yeah, that's how you skip through basically the entire level. Is you go through that gap, you land on part of the coins, like specifically the side, then launch a crazy spin dash jump off into the to the side a little bit. Oh, nearly had it that time. Yeah, I know this on the DX version, and I know AGDQ is about to start up, so if they have Sonic Adventure on the list this year, I haven't checked. You know, this is sort of a necessary skip to match up with state-of-the-art times for the game. If you can't do this, you really can't play the game very well. Like, relative to what counts as a good speed run for it. Like, Now, one thing I'm not 100% certain of is whether or not this is like a slight difference in geometry here that makes it a little bit harder to do with the original Dreamcast version, even though that hole exists. Because I feel like with the DX models and everything, it's a little bit easier to get onto the platform there.
Select a character.
Like, I was still having trouble when I was trying this earlier today. I actually managed to do it as Metal Sonic in my main save for the game, because I kind of wanted to try doing that. I got like 12 seconds 21. But yeah, that's like twice what like a really good time for this is, where you get it your first try and then land the spin dash off of the coin platform thing. But yeah, like the trick is have the camera somewhere around here, shoot yourself off into the corner while holding like the D-pad somewhere around like the 2 or 3 o'clock position. And that's usually what you need to do to get into there. It's still pretty tricky, I gotta say. I can't always pull it off. Sometimes I do a little bit more successful job than others. Yeah. But it's really finicky because you can't actually see the platform until you're basically already fallen through the ground and everything. Just because, you know, obviously this texture is in the way. Oh, I think I almost had that. I might have been a little too soon with the jump dash. Oh, this is mostly, like, irrelevant to anything, but this cool little texture here with the Sonic face and the coin and everything, that platform has been given a much more generic texture in Sonic Adventure DX. Oh, almost had it. You know what? I'm gonna count that as an it's possible to do, but I won't take up your time on stream by trying it right now. What I will do though is, you know, there's a couple emblems here for mini games that I haven't yet gotten, and I don't know about the Sky Chase ones, but.
Which game do you want to play?
Okay, it's 10,000 for Sand Hill. Gonna see if I can do this. Try this again. Take 2. Interactive. There we go. Good. I was worried I was not gonna make it to that last one in time. Yeah, we missed one, but it wasn't a very important one. Yeah. 5, 6, 7, 8, 30. I think we got this already, so at this point it's just gravy now. And I mean, I think you can get 43 without too much trouble. But yeah, emblem.
Which game do you want to play?
Let's do Twinkle Circuit a second time around. I think I can get a better time than that. Oh, I'm gonna do it in first-person mode because I'm hardcore like that. No idea what my ring count is. It's probably not quite as high as I'd like it to be because I missed a few of these things, but yeah, 3 seconds under, that's a good sign. Let's keep going. I always like to at least try to get 100 rings in the stage, but the only one I can consistently do that as is Gamma, because he's really the only one who can hit the that super ring power up right at the end there. So you can get pretty close as Sonic, but most of the other characters just really aren't fast enough to try it on their own. So it's a little unfortunate, but you know, not. It's mostly just me being annoyed at myself, I guess you could say. How many rings do I got? 96? Yeah, that's usually what I end up with. As Sonic, at least. That could have been 97. That's usually about it. You can't really get too many more rings than that, can ya? Well, I guess that would have been 98 if I'd had it. Yep. Oh, man. Did you see how close we got? That was really close. That was an awful third lap, though. Wow. Good thing it didn't actually matter.
Select a character.
Let's get him!
Which game do you want to play? Select a character.
Now, let's see here. Which mini games do we have? We've got Sonic 1, Sonic Drift Racing. That's it. Wow. You can beat the game and only unlock those two. And one of them's pretty good. I mean, I really like the Game Gear version Sonic 1. I think that's a really good game. I think it's better on the Master System, but I think it's a really good game. Alright, what are my results looking like anyway? Yeah, the 2 for the stupid Sky Chase levels. And the other emblems are easy enough to get anyway. I mean, it's sort of funny. You'd think that the mini games would be unlocked by like maybe their release order or something, but they're clearly not. Like, it's not quality either, because there's Sonic Drift and Sonic Spinball right at the start, and neither of them are really great games. See, you know, Sonic's first action game, Sonic's third action game. And, you know, all these weird spin-offs. See, the second one is here, Sonic 2, like way in the middle here, after Sonic Chaos. Sonic Chaos is definitely the better game, especially on Game Gear, because Sonic 2 is just evil. But, you know, everything else is, you know, it's okay. And Triple Trouble. Triple Trouble is fun, easily the best of the bunch when it comes to the Game Gear games, because it never got a Master System port. And God, Sonic Blast is just, it is, I think I mentioned this on the other stream, but it is literally just a friggin' Chinese knockoff game that looks like it should have been for the Game Boy Advance in '03 by some cheap people who had too many 3D renders and not enough sense. What's weird is that while most of like the main series Sonic games have shown up on 3DS, for some reason that escapes me, I have no idea why, Sonic Chaos has never been put on there, despite being, you know, a perfectly serviceable Sonic game. You know, it's maybe a little bit easy, but after Sonic 2, Jesus, I don't blame them for wanting to go you know, almost insultingly easy. It's a much better fit for the series than that, you know? Well, it's, you know... I just want to fiddle around with this for a little bit, just so you can see, you know, what you get when you get this game. This was like the sort of thing that I got the game for, in a way. It was like, oh yeah, I can also get all of the Game Gear games that I don't yet own. And I think at the time it meant that, like, the only Sonic game that had come out that I didn't own was Sonic Adventure 2, really. Unless you count the weird, like, knockoff shit for either Tiger Toys or, like, Game.com or whatever. Which, frankly, no one should. I had a little LCD Sonic 3 game, and I would use it to fill my time during, you know, boring stretches where I was, you know, either stuck in a car waiting for something to happen, or, you know, just waiting outside of a meeting that my folks were doing, or, you know, in like the hospital as some of my siblings were born. But yeah, it's you know, it was not good. It was not good. It was just, it was sort of fun to be able to say that I could break it by overfilling the score counter, but it is just, you know, don't try to get anal retentive with your Sonic franchise history and start thinking that the game, the Tiger LCD games are in any way relevant to that, because they are, I assure you, not. Just forget about them as much as possible. Yep. Now, I will say, basically full version gameplay of the game I've commented over as part of the Hardcore Gaming 101 podcast and game stream series. You can look it up, I think, if you search GC9X Plays Triple Trouble. And it's me and some of the other Hardcore Gaming 101 crew, and we're all talking about the game and stuff as it goes through, you know, the stream, and that's cool. We have some other ones lined up that we've been a little bit, I think, too busy altogether to join up and comment on. We've got in the pipeline, I know we've got Sonic 3D Blast, the PC version, or the Saturn version specifically, and we've also got Sonic 1 for Game Gear. And I think there's one other one that we did that we haven't gotten through that oh, Tails Adventure! The wonderful Tails Adventure. That's a great game. I think because it doesn't try to be so hard to beat a normal Sonic game, I think it's one of the most successful ones on Game Gear. Though I don't really list it with the other ones because it's not, you know, it's also not a Sonic game. But, you know, as far as simple Metroidvania-ish style action, there I go, ripping off Jeremy Parrish again with his whole Metroidvania shtick. But yeah, it's very good. It's definitely a fun game, and if you like exploratory platformers where you collect upgrades, you'll like Tails Adventure. It's definitely a cut above, you know, most Game Gear games, at least. I realize that's not, in context, a very ringing endorsement, because they're, you know, the Game Gear was never a very well celebrated platform, but... Yeah, you know what, I think, you know, once we beat this stage, which is literally where we are right now, we can call it a night, because that was fun. Oh man, the monochrome Sonic Happy Meal toys from way back when. Yeah, oh geez, yeah, I saw those, but I can't say I've ever, like, actually had one in real life, so I assume they're just as dumb as all the other Tiger Toy stuff, but... Alright, well, you know, it's a fun game. They have it on 3DS, if you want it there. It's fun. I really like the way that M2 did did the Game Gear Virtual Console stuff. If you're familiar with the 3D Classics for Genesis, it's basically the same sort of thing. They have lots and lots of crazy nut job almost options that are really lots of fun. They've got, you know, the ability to display the game like almost like it looks on a real Game Gear, complete with ghosting effects. They've got a little 3D model of a Game Gear that you can play the games on. Really fun, really cool. Really also a shame that I think they only released 16 games on it, but that's sort of the thing with Virtual Console, is that I don't think it's ever really been a big seller for all but maybe some of the most rare and like most popular games. So that's popular, you know, like you can get your Mario games on it and those will sell pretty well, maybe a Metroid or two, but you know, Sonic Triple Trouble, I don't think most people care about that, unfortunately. But I like it. I think it's a pretty good game. And, you know, a couple of bucks dropping that off to get it on Virtual Console, I think it's a worthy purchase. But, yeah, that is the end of my stream. This is, again, the little SADX mod manager screen here with all of the mods and stuff that I've done, all the funky codes and all the additional options. If you want to get your version of Sonic Adventure DX looking the way I do, I would strongly recommend getting it. All of the Dreamcast visual mods, except for the palettes, again, you can find those, I believe, on ModDB most easily. The Dreamcast palette lighting you can find on Sonic Retro's forums, as well as stuff like Sonic Adventure DX Fixed Edition, the ADX Music and Voices and Input mod. Those are all on their own thread as well. Really easy to find. You know, definitely worth taking a look at if you want to play Sonic Adventure and be like, oh, you know what we need? We need Sonic Adventure to look more like the Dreamcast version, because the Dreamcast version looked better. You know, I can certainly get down with that argument. I think the Dreamcast version, especially when you get the lighting going, looks a lot better than the PC version. But yeah, it's fairly straightforward to do that, and I hope, you know, the people who are working on the lighting can work out a few of these bugs. And again, the effect's still a little bit less intense than it should be compared to the Dreamcast. If you look at the little videos that compare the two side by side, the Dreamcast lighting effects are definitely in basically like every case I can think of a lot stronger, especially even in the cases where like they make a huge difference, like Skydeck. And I'm still not sure what's causing the weird lighting issues and stuff like Skydeck that I was talking about, where it's way too orange that one time when I was playing as Tails. I still don't know what was causing that. But yeah, that's you know, that's almost a 5-hour stream. Jesus, yeah, let's call it a night, guys. Yep, y'all. I hope y'all enjoy your weekend and all that, and I'll see you around eventually.